Right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back to day number 2, Productworld 2024. So again, yesterday, I'm not sure, but I can imagine yesterday we had a productive day, didn't we? Lots of, what is that? What is that? Is that like the sea? Sounds like the sea. What is that? Is it only when I talk? Yeah, don't know what it is. It does sound like the sea in the back. There we are in the background. We're in the Bahamas with the sea rush. There we are, beautiful. Anyway, imagine that is the sea. But hey, I imagine that yesterday we had a pretty productive day, right? So lots of ideas, lots of insights, perspectives, conversations that certainly here on the stage here, and also elsewhere around the hotel as well, and in the evening, obviously, also, that helps you kind of make sense of really where we are, how it's relevant for you and what you're doing, but also to help you make better decisions as well. So if you enjoyed yesterday, essentially what's going to happen today, we're going to do it all over again, but certainly different topics, different themes, all under the umbrella of product management as well. Certainly lots to look forward to. It's, again, a productive day ahead of us, and I hope you're going to enjoy it as much as you did yesterday. One small request. If anybody is going to Zagreb a little bit later on, anybody going back to Zagreb, and you would like, or you would be happy to take one perfect passenger back with you, and I say this perfect passenger is me. And if you'd like to take me, if there's room in your car, essentially, I need to get back to Zagreb. And if anybody's going to Zagreb, I would love to come with you. And if you do take me, I will be the best passenger, because I will, yes. At Ina, I will buy coffees. I will buy you coffees at Ina. I will even buy you Bananka, whatever you want, not whatever you want, but Bananka, Kit Kats, Mars, whatever you want in that area of the chocolates along the way. So if anybody has room in their car and they would like a passenger like me, well, not like me, please let me know. Not like me, somebody else. Talk to me, and then again, coffees and bananco on me. Right, let's move on to our first session. So, telco, so product management, telco, those two words go together very, very well. And if it's if it's maybe not an area that is your area, this next session, this next conversation behind me will help you to really get a grip on really what it's all about, and really where it's moving forward, the new ideas, new innovations, and really what it's like to be in product management in the telco world as such. This conversation certainly is for you. I'm intrigued again as much as you are, really to hear really how this is going to unfold right now here in front of us from distinguished panelists who are in that field, doing it very well indeed, as you know, and let's hear what it's all about. So please welcome to the stage the moderator who's going to shape this conversation certainly in the right way. Please welcome Anna Zedner.
And I will enter like Madonna or Lady Gaga with this thing on my on my face. Okay, hello everybody. So we have the first panel today, product in telco, and 3 very experienced product leaders from various parts of telecom industry coming with a lot of good insights. So use the time, ask them what you want to use at the end of the session, and I will just welcome Renata, Tihomir, and Krešo to the stage, please. Pick the seat wherever you want. Actually, not wherever you want. You have microphones on those 3. So I'm a little bit old-fashioned. We have like a timer. Otherwise, I kind of can't handle the time. So welcome, people. Thank you for coming. So first, to introduce what will we talk about. So telco as a big and let's say always expanding industry, with an enormous amount of good disruptive trends coming every year, almost in telco industry, and also as a very good playfield to come in and learn product management, which is also, to be honest, a lot of companies like to recruit from the telcos, the product managers. So we will talk a little bit about people, profiles of product management, how the products are done in the companies where our guests are from, We will talk about the trends, emerging technologies, what does it mean for the future of telco, how exciting product is going to be in the telco in the coming 3-5 years or even more. And then we will ask some more interesting questions depending on how this discussion goes by. So you have a chance to learn a little bit more about telecoms and product management there. How many of you are actually in telco or working for telco? Oh, okay, good. So it's not everybody, which is great. So a lot of people actually will have new insights. Cool. So to introduce my guests, Renata Štefić, coming to us from A1, leading their product or marketing actually for enterprise segment, so B2B mainly. Welcome, Renata. Then we have Krešo, coming from Infobip, VP products in Infobip. Hugely experienced person who deals in, let's say, global telco part of Infobip. Infobip is a lot of things, but let's say today we will concentrate on the really global telecom part. And finally, we have Tihomir coming to us from Croatian Telecom, and there I will try to repeat. So is it connection, communication, and TV entertainment product director? Yes. And I nailed it. Thank you. Microphone, please.
Almost no time. I almost to get it from the first. So this is a great one.
Yes, I'm totally proud. I was learning that whole morning. So welcome, welcome, Tihomir. Okay, so you are in the B2C segment, yes, while Krešo and Renata are in B2B segment. So we have a good mix of everything. And also one thing that I noticed about all three of you is that you all have engineering backgrounds, right? You all started as engineers. So let's start from that, from the people aspect. Is engineering really required as a background to start as a product manager and advance to product leaders in telecom? So what kind of people do you have in your teams? How do you work? What are those skills that you are looking for when you are hiring? And maybe to start with Renata.
Thank you, Anna. So currently what we see in telco, that not many people with engineering background want to come into the marketing product part, this business side. But the main difference what you make somebody successful is this urge, to learn. If you love technology, you don't need to have the background of, in technology, but if you want to make things work, you want to understand it, you're excited with the new things, then it's a great start, From the telco perspective, the job in telco is not that interesting as it used to be currently, and we are doing lots of things to attract young people to telco. And maybe this is because of these all new, companies working around the telco, like Infobip, that for younger people it sounds much more interesting to work there. But I would also agree completely. If you want to start your career in this area, telco is a good start. The things that you can learn in telco, the basis, the communication skills, risk management, stakeholder management, everything you really can learn in telco because of the complexity of telco. Yeah, so I think it's a good start.
Okay, so Krešo, how are you stealing people from traditional telecoms in Infobip?
Yeah, so it's the majority, including me, are coming from engineering background, and I would say we are stealing. We are, pushing hard, and there are results, and people then come. And working on a truly global base helps a lot because you can offer a different story to people who are working maybe for Croatian companies when you are working with Facebook, I don't know, Google, Amazon, AWS, and so on. So this is how we steal people. But coming back to your initial question, the majority of us in product management in Infobip are engineering background. But again, depending on the maturity of the product, sometimes it really helps when you are launching it where there is new stuff, you are building new things, engineering background helps a lot. However, when you start scaling your product, then the sales or marketing background comes much more handy. So I would say, and this is how we are actually also shifting people internally. When we are launching new stuff, it's mostly engineering background and heavily engineering involvement. Once we reach the product maturity feature-wise, then it's up to marketing people. But I would say, and also the product management itself as a role is a very nice job, and all of us know that because we are the bridge, or we are in the center of between the sales, the client, and the technology. So we need to cover both the technological trends as well the consumer trends. So it's an exceptional good position. And again, having engineering background is nice, but as the products mature, having a sales mindset helps much more.
Cool. Tihomir.
Yeah, it's all about the team. So it starts from the purpose. It starts from knowing what to do, what is the goal and the vision. It's also very important to have fun in the meantime. And I would say being engineering in product before in telco was it was the core. So we started much more from technology and features and offering this direct to the customers. There was far less customer back then. So now that the customer is much more active in the product development part, and that we are starting from the customers, now the business side and psychology is much more important. So I would say it's easier to start and with engineering part, but the mix in the team, where the team is actually balancing between the customer and the technology, what is feasible, what is not feasible, how to make it sustainable, it's the thing that we are searching for, how to make the teams that actually are delivering the vision, starting from the customers and going then back to the technology part and how the stuff is going to work. Regarding the teams and regarding how to attract people, I think this purpose and having a sense that you delivered something, that you actually have changed something for the community, for the customers, helps a lot. And having this culture inside of a company that collaborating and working together, it's very important. And I would say for us in telcos, we are in a very good position because we actually are touching every customer in the country. So having this knowledge and having this sense that you can actually, with your work, influence the way that people are living and working can attract a lot of good people. We are not maybe communicating this right all the time.
Well, I will allow myself as a panelist to add one thing from my experience, which I shouldn't, but yeah, telco is a great place to actually learn product management, at least from my experience. It has all the components, and I don't think that other industries are aware how telco good is, honestly. That's probably, as you said, you are not advertising it in a good way, so not positioning everything that people learn there. So yes, it's about fun, it's about having things delivered, what we all like in product. We like to build things, right? So let's go back to this discovery. You mentioned, Tihomir, that actually the customer is in the center of the whole story. How do you do discovery for example, in Infobip? How do you do actually discovery? Let's start from you because you are a little bit more software and SaaS to listen from that part too.
Yeah, so we approach it from, actually, we are emphasizing that as the key thing for every product manager to have at least one call a day with the customers.
One call a day?
Yes.
Oh,
that's
cool.
what we are pushing hard. We are reaching out 2 calls per week. Let's say that's the reality. But we are pushing hard to have one call a day. Because by talking with customers about their pain point, opportunity, needs, you get the right thing. Let's say that's the primary way how we want to do discovery, talking with customers. But then also what we do with the largest customers, we do co-creation sessions where we spend a week with with a company like Braze, and we try to co-create a joint product, because that's the most effective. When you're sitting in the same room, talking with product people, engineering people, you get the best idea. So let's say that's the discovery part, talking with people. The other part is the desktop research, done via browsing the internet, checking blogs, checking the competition, Gartners, analysts, and so on. So I would say there's twofold way to approach discovery: desktop research, and more importantly, talking with customers, stakeholders, friends, everybody who can get you trigger an idea.
So from mom test to co-creation,
Yes,
actually
that's
everything.
right.
Renata, how your people do it?
What is good in a B2B segment is actually to have this really direct contact with customers because of our account managers. So they are basically each day within interaction with customers. So Main thing, main additional features and experience what they want to do, they're coming through this channel. But of course, the classical research, focus groups, the workshops together with the customers, everything, we use everything depend on, what part of service we want to change. For some things, of course, especially where the customer is using the service currently, he knows exactly what he doesn't like, and what he wants to change. But if it's something new and the customer is not well educated about that, then it's a question, are you going to ask the customer about that? You have to develop the idea and present it to the customer in your way, and then the customer can say, okay, yes, I like it or not like, I would like this way. But we also take this huge part of education of the market. I think this is the most important thing actually with telco. And the good things are these numbers, number of salespeople, number of our customers, so it's a really good number of interactions that we get from the customers.
So it's at scale and it's by the product principle. So show them the MVP or mock-up and see how they react. Tihomir, you are in the large number business.
Yeah, so I was split it up into two main parts. So it's like brownfield and greenfield. For the brownfield, where we have a huge base, where we have already known customer, we are somehow balancing between quantitative and qualitative researches, where we are first, we like the feedback from the customers that are using our service. So, and we are maybe even sometimes a little bit too much asking for the feedback in all of the journeys during the using of the service, also some brand research. And this is something that we are using actually to see what are the root drivers for good experience, but also for bad experience. And based on that, then we are trying to fit the product or focus on something that we see that we have but not communicating well. Give the customer proper product if he doesn't have the good one. Also, when we see spots or missing feature of the products, then we are using like the qualitative research to see what is the problem with the customer, why does he have this problem, what he expects, why does he want to use it, and then adapt the product properly. When talking about greenfield, something that it's new, that we are looking as an opportunity, then we start mostly the same like this desktop research, see what are the customers' needs in the future, where they're going to evolve, why they are going there, how do we fit with the current products, where do we need to extend, and then actually as a group working together, we are doing this really on a global scale, where we have the support of the whole DT group, but also from a lot of partners that then define some blueprint, and based on that then we go again in this brownfield phase where we go a little bit more into deep dives.
Okay, good thing that you mentioned global trends. So how do these global trends, let's say in telecom, because you are all, even if working locally, part of the big groupations, like on the global scale, how they reflect, for example, in Croatian market? How fast are we actually adopting those changes in behavior of customers in telecom services? That's a tough one.
It's a very good question. So, and it has two sides. First of all, we are very small.
Yes.
And because of that, sometimes we have the opportunity to be the first one. Because when being part of the group, then having some greenfield feature, if you want to test the feature, then you come to the market first. But if the customers are not ready because of the adoption of other things that like in IoT or devices and handsets and hardware is not there, then it's a balance. So I would say we are somehow, if you look on average, we're in the middle. Sometimes we are in front, sometimes we are behind. But for us, it's as a product manager, it's a very good position, because if we are eager to and we want to test something new on the market, then we always have the opportunity, and the market is ready, and we deliver it good. Then we have this possibility to grow. So.
So Croatia is a playing field of telecoms. It was like that for the networks, right? We were one of the first countries with Edge, with UMTS, HSDPA a long time ago. It was a testing field. That's why we have a great networks, by the way. That's also the reason.
We have one of the best networks in the world.
Yes.
And it's a good thing, but it's up to us. If we are ready for it and we want to be the first ones and want to approach it in that way, as you said, we like to build things, so most often we want to like that. So it's a good thing to be smaller sometimes.
Okay, so Krešo, you are in the position as one of the leaders in the CPaaS industry, which is basically in its basis a huge telco, right? Which goes beyond telecoms to second dimension of telco. What trends do you see, for example, emerging recently in telco world? So we can touch, maybe you were probably in Barcelona, so educate us a bit. What's coming?
Yeah, I was in Barcelona, and but the main topics in Barcelona were about Gen AI. Of course, that was the flagship on every booth.
But keep that for the end of this panel.
RCS was a big topic for telcos. Finally, 15th year in a row, I would say. And then there was the talks about network as a service, so 6G and monetizing the 5G capabilities. I would say those were the big mega trends there.
So do people here in this room know what RCS is? So it's a big topic in telecom, as Krešo said, for at least 15 years. For us that studied telecommunication back in the time, it was even then mentioned, and I'm like, great, you see the hair here. So if you can explain a little bit what RCS is, what is coming.
Yeah, RCS is an application like WhatsApp, which is built by Google, distributed through telcos. I would simplify it.
Native in your Android or soon coming iPhone phone. So something like WhatsApp native.
Of SMS, actually, it started that as a new platform replacement of SMS, but then we saw the telco doesn't have this trend, and the investment is huge in that part, and it requires different interoperability and everything. So then Google stepped in, and they are building their own WhatsApp, let's say, but they do it in a way that gives telcos space in this arena, how to monetize A2P actually messages. So it's a new version of SMS, I would say.
And a new version of WhatsApp maybe, or a new coming super app. It can potentially be that, right?
Yeah. And maybe to reflect on the question about how Croatia is positioned, we are talking with many across the world. We have really offices and talking with customers. So the innovation in the last 5 years has been driven from Southeast Asia, from China, to be more precise, followed by India has really pushing hard with innovation, and not just this in the communication and telco space, but also in e-commerce, in platforms, in automation, IoT, and so on and so on. So they are really driving. US is lagging behind. In US, the main dominant channel is still voice, followed by live chat, and SMS is heavy there. So, and the network is 4 or 3G. Every time I go in the United States, it's 3 or 4G on my phone. So, and Europe is obsessed with compliance, which is blocking innovation, because in China and in India or in Middle East, you can launch a service in 2 weeks without any restrictions. Nobody. However, elsewhere in Europe, especially, are you GDPR compliant, user rights, and so on, and it's becoming an obsession. So it's Europe and US are lagging behind the new nations. Even Brazil is taking the momentum and pushing really hard. Croatia is standing great because we are from the technological point of view, are following the latest trends. Every service that we launched elsewhere in the world, we are able to launch it in Croatia, so we are quite good. And thanks to the telecoms, as well as Tihomir was explaining, we are often a playground to launch new services. We are small enough that we can test stuff and launch it fast.
Yeah, like an MVP for the global market with the good engineers and good product managers.
Yes.
That's the basis that we need to kind of sustain if we want to be technologically advanced. Thank you, Krešo. Renata, 5G, 6G, 7G, 8G, when is going to end and what's actually coming there?
Yeah, we are still deploying 5G, it's the radio part. Yes, ahead of us, lots of changes. The question is, that we have to pick the services that user will, like to use and like to pay for it, that it sees applicability in their area. This is like a core of it. We, as a part of A1 group, are working on all new technologies, but depends. We distribute it. Depends what OPCO is capable of doing some things, because at the end of the day, you have to put the resources on something, you have to, put some additional effort, and then this is why we distribute it. A1 Croatia, we are currently working with AI tools. We have this big DE called program, Digital Enhancement Engagement Program, that we put a lot of people on and lots of efforts doing different use cases, how to improve this customer experience, and at the end of the day, to offer the right thing to the customer in the right moment, on the right channel, So this is still the playground. Of course, some internal efficiency tools, how to, improve internal processes that are usually very, very complex in telco, to make it smoother. So at the end of the day, also to have the better customer experience. So these are the things that we are currently doing.
So AI, and not just Gen AI, as far as I understood, but also the other parts of AI, like crunching the data. I mean, telcos are in a very good position because you live on the huge amounts of data, which is, I guess, well structured. So I don't know, let's not discuss that, but a good play field for AI, right? So, Kresha, what do you do with AI?
This is a marketing promotion. There is a presentation just after this panel where I will tell.
Okay. But in general, the whole CPaaS area is kind of now being rebranded in AI CPaaS, at least on LinkedIn.
Everything has been rebranded as
True.
AI. So I think everybody in this room is working on AI, or on Gen AI to be more precise. AI is here for the last 10, 15 years with predictive AI, analytics AI, NLP, machine learning existing for 10 years at least, and being super successful in things that they are doing. Gen AI brought this marketing shebang, which pushed things a little bit more forward, got the attention from the investors, and the investors are the ones. There is a lot of marketing about Gen AI today, and the investors are pouring money into companies. As software was maybe evaluated 10x 2 years ago, today AI companies evaluated 100x on the market, and this is the money is coming there, and everybody's pushing hard. OpenAI was faster than everybody else, so they got everybody else on the wrong foot. But now people are catching up on that. So, and we were caught on we had predictive AI, but we were late because nobody knew that there was.
Everybody was late for Gen AI.
So everybody
Come
was
on.
late.
Tihomir, you use it internally, externally for products. How do you play with it?
Yeah,
do you play with it?
I agree completely with you. So now it has a lot of marketing, but we have been using it for 5 years very actively, for last 10 years trying before that. So from the customer perspective, what we are using it for, it's mostly this predictive part. We have been using it for predicting customer satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Also, what we have been using it for, it's like a recommendation tool for the content that the customer would like to see, but also for some operational part, like predicting the number of calls, predicting number of faults, to see where the customer has issues and to see what can we do proactively. This was before. In the last 3 years before this Gen AI push was more going in what we can do actively, like actions, before the customer sees an issue. So we have been doing things on the Wi-Fi where we see the customer has more devices connecting with the poor performance regarding the radio side, and then trying to reconfigure the Wi-Fi in order so that he has a better Wi-Fi performance, but also to see if the customer has, we have a lot of thunderstrikes in Croatia, so using a large amount of data actually to see if the CP has been broken because of the thunderstrike, and then communicating directly to the customer through the one app so that he doesn't have to call the contact center actually to interact through digital channels. And then in this Gen AI part, when this all started, we have been also trying to see what the hype is about, but we see two or three, at least at this point, most important use cases. First is the customer intent. So we have huge amount of data, and we are not so good structured because this was not our core business, and we didn't start for that. Data was just something at the beginning, we had, and we put it in some place. We didn't structure it really nice. Now, when you go from having the legacy now to structure it, and it's easier than start before. So we are dealing with the structuring of the data, but we see Gen AI to help us actually to get the intent either from calls, either from chat, to see what the customer has, why he's calling us, what's his problem, or what is the opportunity. But also in the network part, where we see network has a lot of data, a lot of KPIs, a lot of things that can be done automatically or proactively. This is where we would like to use the Gen AI actually to operationalize the proactive maintenance and to have better performance without any retroactive analysis.
Cool. It's mainly so it's not about so much, as far as I heard in your examples, not so much at the moment about, let's say, monetization and building some, let's say, new use cases for the customers that they are willing to kind of pay for. It's more about efficiency and making internally work better and making the service of a more quality.
It's always about the monetization. So if the customer sees the value in the product, and if it's better, then he's going to use it. And if it's much better than the copy, if it's differentiator, then he will pay for that more. So it's always about more for more game. It's just not like you are going to pay for the Gen AI feature. You are going to pay for the product in itself. So the goal is actually to make the product much better, to make it a fit, or actually to make it like personal, like when not every product fits all. So you can use the AI to fit the specific customer, and then this is a differentiator, and then you can actually monetize it in such way.
Okay, so Croatia conversation. Oh, Renata is eager to tell something.
Not doing on new services currently. We are improving the current one. We are actually thinking that there is lots of space improvement, the existing one. This is the thing that we are doing, because the complexity really of telco is making us, sometimes inefficient. This is when we are talking, it sounds everything is perfect. Actually, we are playing with new things and everything is great. But at the end of the day, when you have a whole bunch of customers, some of them are unsatisfied, and we are trying to find out why. We want to fix it. We want really to be efficient and perfect. Yeah.
Cool. Conversational AI. Tihomir kind of mentioned a bit intents and catching them.
Yeah, so we are playing in the field of communications, all of us actually, and especially telecom. So yes, conversational AI it's a synonym for chatbots, I would say. That's the conversational AI. And there are many good examples. There are many bad examples. And a lot of people are trying to use chatbots for everything and everywhere, which is not good, and trying to sort everything out with Gen AI. So this is not the solution. You need to combine it with integrations, with predictive AI, with classical keyword-based bots. So that's again, it's kind of a hype. And many companies are failing. There was a big fail by DPD, which is a logistics company, which implemented the Gen AI chatbots for delivery purposes. And in delivery, you have two questions. Where is my parcel? And the second one is, where is my parcel? That's it. You don't need a chatbot for that. You need an integration with the backend system, which will turn in. You don't need Gen AI for that.
Yep.
And then Gen AI started writing haikus how DPD sucks. So this is not a good customer experience. So instead of improving the CX, it completely ruined the experience. And ruining one bot is actually not only ruining that brand CX, it's ruining the whole experience for all the other chatbots, because people are, reluctant to use the chatbots. They are trying to trick it. Me personally, when I see it's a chatbot, I started asking questions. I don't want to book a ticket just to see what will react, because and that goes into another direction. I think the human interaction is critical still. Maybe it's old school, but I think it's important that there is human in the loop and that there is a human communication, because it's still the chatbots are not, or Gen AI is not on that level. It's hallucinating, it's inventing stuff and so on. So I think human in the loop, it's critical for the success of any communication, conversational AI program.
Yep. And the question of all questions, so, 5 years from this moment, will there be, I don't know, AI PMs? Will chatbots and Gen AI kind of steal the jobs of all of us? Probably not, because we'll still need the human touch. But can for example, I don't know, discovery be automated by AI? What parts of PM job or the product leader job can be helped with the Gen AI today?
I think that some of the things that the project managers are doing currently is this, let's say, time management of the people, of the teams. So this can be replaced. Somebody can give you reminders and make you sure that you get information on time. But at the end of the day, if in the process there are people, I think that we should need a human product manager, because the people are not that rational beings, and we depends on a lot of things around us, and if we are in process, we need this human interaction. I think this is the basic of it. If there is going to be a way to replace everything, that we really have robots, that are really smart and really acting like humans, then we will talk about some other things probably. They will take everything, and we will do, this part of entertainment. We will, do some hobbies and, go not anymore in, let's say, talk about technology. I think that it's a different name of the game. But I think it's a longer road ahead of us. It's not that easy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a tool. It's a tool.
Yep.
So I start from that. So it's going to make jobs, not make them vanish. Maybe some. So if what we are going to stop working. So I like make coffee for the team when we have weeklies. I hope we will have robots soon that will make this coffee, just to.
But do you like then making coffee, or you would like to outsource that job? Immediate joke.
I agree, but maybe we will do something differently. So I think they are going to help us. With the less time, have higher level of effectiveness and quality. So we need actually to learn how to use all of these tools, like predictive, like Gen AI and everything that goes around it. The velocity and the speed is actually the biggest problem here. So how to see what is useful, what is not useful, how to use it in your daily job, how to actually give customer value from this. And this is where our focus most probably in the future is going to be, like understanding how to connect all of the dots, not only using the legacy tools or legacy way of working, but actually incorporating all of these tools in the future. And I don't see in any near future that we are going to have the empathy from the robots, have the leadership skills from the robots. The AI is going to be able to make the chemistry inside of the team, to make a decision from the empathy point of view. So from the customer side, this is where the humans are going to be much more better in the future, because we are going to have more time to think about the customer, to think about how he's feeling, to think about how the team is performing, and actually to be much better and use this tool to get there.
Yeah, I like the mentioning of empathy a lot. Thank you. I think that's one of the crucial product skills, actually.
Yeah, I think and both Tihomir and Renata said it. I think the AI and Gen AI should be used to augment our capabilities as product managers, especially in the repetitive tasks and the boring tasks. Writing tutorials how to write a demo. I wrote in Gen AI, I got it outside in 3 seconds, I tweak it, and I give, this is how you should write a demo. things like that, where you are spending time not doing something new, innovative, but you are repetitively doing something. So I think it's critical that we all adopt Gen AI and AI because it can really shorten the time. And that's how we are also looking that every other user, and this is what we are building in our products, that we are augmenting the capabilities of existing users. But I'm fully aligned with the statements that in the future, there is a big risk if everything and everybody relies on Gen AI, we will end up in a very uniform world because the Gen AI is receiving the feedback and it's optimizing and it's like a funnel where based on the feedback you're ending up in one direction. So there is no creativity, still empathy and so on. So there will be a uniform world. The bot will say the best is to wear something like this, and everybody here will be wearing this. So that's the big challenge with Gen AI and going beyond product management. In creativity, in kids education and so on. They stopped learning. They started writing, rewriting what Gen AI said. So I think that's a big threat. If you do a parallel between kids education and product managers, if you start relying too much on Gen AI, you will end up as a very bad product manager.
Traditionally thinking, when we would like to think that we are important as humans, but maybe the world is going in a completely different direction.
But that's another dimension.
The first time in the history we built something that is learning by itself. So it's now we are learning. Okay, we have to learn as a tools, everything. But at the end of the day, we don't know. This is like a very specific point that we created something that is going into the direction that we cannot control.
Okay, but if I can sum up, so we will need empathy, however we put it. We will need this human touch in the whole story. And we are currently, as a humanity, actually in the discovery phase, learning how to use, how to deal, how to survive and thrive in Gen AI era. Okay, so I forgot to ask one question, and I want to go back to that because it's kind of important. How do you? May sound as a strange question, but how do you measure success of a product manager? What are the KPIs that your product managers have? Do you measure them by the revenue they bring? Do you measure them by the, I don't know, usage metrics? What do you do there? Because in the companies it varies a lot from, I don't know, how people perceive the, let's say, product owners, specifically in Europe, versus what is actually the product manager's goal in the whole story.
Yes, all of them have these basic KPIs like customer in the base, gross ads, churn, and all of the.
So it's business metrics, actually.
It's business metrics. Mm-hmm. So this is the regular ones. That the one that we are focusing most, it's NPS. So mostly product NPS. So we are actually, as a company, we have always the whole company is very good in delivering these business metrics. So everybody's working constantly on them. What the focus for the product team is actually is the experience and bringing the experience inside the company. So for the whole product management team, the NPS is #1 target, and we are starting from the experience, defining where we want to achieve, and then to see how this target is then cascaded to other OKRs inside of a company, like number of faults, number of calls, fault repair time, repeated quality, and then network KPIs, and trying actually to link all of the company to the customer experience and NPS.
And just to explain to everybody, NPS, if we don't know what it is.
It's Net Promoter Score. Is actually asking the customer, does he like the service or not? Would he actually promote the service to other ones, and then using this actually as a key result to measure customer experience.
So NPS, Krešo, in your case.
So let's say we are measuring the product managers. There are quantitative and qualitative metrics, how they do their work, how much they're communicating, what's the feedback from the teams, how much interviews they are doing, how much are they doing the hygiene within Jira, which we are using, how much is there, what is the speed of delivering features and so on. So there is the whole set of those metrics, but at the end, what counts is the impact. So if there is no impact, it means that something there in that chain is not working properly. So we are actually, the easiest one is there impact? and that impact may differ based on the maturity of the product. If it's a new product, you want to start a POC, 5 customers to start using it. If it's a more mature product, it's revenues, number of messages, in our case, number of chatbots, whatever it is. And then if it's it's a full mature product, then it's churn basically, which is counted the level of churn. So it really depends, but the impact is the key, because if you're doing things right, there will be impact.
Result. Okay, and we know you have a North Star of 1 call a day. I will remember that. So one customer call a day. That's really a stretch one, but that's a good one. Renata, in your case?
Yeah, actually, everything what colleague said. We have the business metrics, also NPS, very important, but also, depends really about what the products is all about. If we can add some additional metrics, that is specific. Sometimes at the end of the day, you don't make a product because of financial results immediately. So you put some, metrics, time to the market, improvement of something and everything. And then later on you would add this metrics, depends on the maturity of also the organization and setup and everything. So we decide, we are very flexible on this.
Okay, cool. I think according to my watch, we have 5 or less than 5 minutes. So thank you all for a really interesting discussion. And let's wrap up with maybe the question, imagine that we are all 4 quite experienced here. So imagine that we are, 20 years old. So you are studying something, you read a lot about product management, you want to be a product manager one day. Would you repeat the same path that you did, starting from an engineering, growing up to the leadership role, or would you change something? What would you study? What would you learn today if you wanted to be a product manager?
My favorite thing to do when I was young is actually Lego bricks and breaking things. So I wanted to build things, but also I break them because I wanted to know how they work. So I like to understand the things. So whatever I would do, I would go actually pretty much similar path, because engineering part helps me to understand how things work and how to use the things that I know about how things work to get to the results. What has bring me to product management is actually understanding what is important, understanding the vision, understanding the strategy, and then having the knowledge, understanding how it works, and to bridge. Actually, the most fun part is bridging the gap between the strategy and the implementation, and making things work, and especially if it works in such a way that somebody is satisfied, like cooking. And for myself, I will go the same path. I will go from engineering, and hopefully I would end up in the same position, because my current job or my current career is the best one that I see in the world. I would not change it for anything. So
We're so happy for you. But you would hire people that are not engineers, right?
yeah, I like a mix. So
that's important.
I like to hire anybody that is going to give us a different view, especially if he has the customer view, then to help with this. Having only engineers in a team, you will get good technology, but not having somebody to challenge them and to understand the customer side and actually to constantly fight a little bit, it's not a good thing.
Thank you. Krešo?
Do the same, because there is no formal product management education, so you don't have a choice, actually.
There is, but okay, we will
I
speak
know.
about that later.
No, I fully agree with Tihomir. Breaking things, learning how things work, engineering gives you this base, which is essential for a successful product manager. And then if there is now, even in the world, there are no formal product management educations, MBAs and so on. So I think that's a necessity, and defer a B2B and a B2C programs. I think that's critical. So having an engineering base and then doing an MBA where they will teach you a little bit about finances and marketing and GTM strategies, I think that should be the way how new product managers should be taught. Because even now in the company, you don't have the time to teach people about, ROIs, ROIS, P&Ls, and so on. So it's ad hoc, and that's a challenge, because that's what you need in your everyday work. When you are doing the value proposition, you need to learn about those things. You need to understand the market sizing and so on, and that's something that I was never taught formally in anywhere. So I think having an MBA, which we now have in one private university, Anna, you can contact Anna. That's the way to go.
Yeah, thank you. But where do we learn empathy? You know, that's the question. Shall we put it in the elementary education and teach children from the beginning? Because that's the key skill, I would say. But okay, Renata, what would you do if you were young and starting all over again? You know, young product manager, young Padawan. Let's call it.
I have no idea. You told me this question a couple before the panel start, and I'm not sure actually. You know, I like this job very much. I like this engineering background, but what I learned from my career that I'm missing this psychology effect a little bit. Although I have everybody saying I have really a huge empathy, you know, and I understand the other. But again, I think that I'm not skilled enough. You know, I understand you, but I don't care. You know, sometimes, you know, if it's like this, if I want to make a point, sometimes I acknowledge what's your feeling, but at the end of the day, am I acting according to it? From this perspective, I think that we have to change the education. So it's very hard to say for me. I cannot imagine myself being currently without this experience. This is why. And this is, you know, but I think that the education is the key, you know, and when you're talking about empathy, you know, about controlling feelings, you know, there's so many skills that we are not teaching to our kids. And this is wrong, I think. In the world that is changing that much, you know, and that they really challenge why they should learn something, because information is available. If I need something, I look on YouTube, you know, we are as adults doing the same thing. I think this is the key question, you know, why we are doing something, you know. And probably I will go a little bit from this experience into that field. Education. Okay.
Yeah, education is important. Cool. Well, thank you all. I hope we entertained you. Thank you, guests, for your time and your experience and sharing. Everybody is still here for the questions. If the public has,
I hope they do, ladies and gentlemen. Right, if you have a question you'd like to challenge any of our panelists of what you heard there, pop up your hand. I'll give you the microphone.
There are questions.
Hello. Thank you for your inputs. It was really useful. But I have a question regarding your opinion on AI and how you can integrate or not, or how it can help with the workload or not. So yesterday we heard from one Croatian startup that they are building a chatbot that will automatize marketing process and creation of ads. So I don't know if you heard it yesterday or not, but let's imagine it is working, it is done. Are the telecoms ready to implement that kind of AI tools? So this is not for the end customer. So this is not part of your product itself, but it is implementing AI into the workload or work process actually of your team, especially the marketing team.
We are actively working and to see how we can use AI in our daily jobs. So we started with very basics, like how to stop doing repetitive tasks, how to automate them. And in the future, so it's not going to be one tool that is going to solve all of the problems. It's going to be orchestration of a bunch of features that then will give an outcome or result that we need. If we found a tool that is going to help us and we see through POC or through some case study that is going to help us, definitely we are ready to integrate it, because if it has a value, it's going to give us value, but also at the end, the customer value, we are going to use it. We are not going to, fight against it. It doesn't make sense. We need to be better at the end.
We are going to stop there only because of time, and clearly, if we can, you can obviously take that conversation, take those answers a little bit further on in the break as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'd agree with me, a healthy, productive discussion here on stage. Thank you so much, Anna, Tihomir, Kasia, and Renata. Wonderful. Wonderful. There we are. So, what a great question to finish on from Anna there. If you could do it all over again, go back in time, would you change? A question for the panelists and for all of us to think about this. Quite interesting. Quite an interesting. We can hear you. It's okay. Right. We move on to our next session right now. Again, we touched upon this briefly with Kasia already, transformative power of Gen AI. And this is really jumping into how Gen AI is really transforming the way we build products and also how product teams should really adapt to this new era that's coming in right now and potentially here to stay as well. I'm intrigued again to hear really how this is going to unfold. Please welcome back to the stage VP Products from Infobip, Kasia Schmack.
Thanks. Hi everybody. I will continue on some of the topics that we touched base, talking about Gen AI. The presentation has not been built by Gen AI, but this long title has been built by Gen AI. Okay, this is the agenda, just so hyper reality, we little bit touch based. Then there is the applications, how we are today seeing the applications. So I'm talking from the products that were launched, that we are seeing being launched on the market, advanced AI assistants, user augmentation, LLM orchestration, data, and then compliance security, because we are in Europe and this is an important topic in Europe, as I mentioned. Okay, so this was 1997, the AI. So this was the expectations back then, and this was the expectation up to 2023, January 23. That, you know, there will be the rise of the AI ocean that will gradually take over. It took already then, you know, chess, Go, speech recognition, but the expectation was that art and science, design will never be conquered. January 2023, this is what happened. AI took everything, especially the upper part of art and science, because you had now, you know, drugs being done using Gen AI, predictive AI. There is the art being generated by AI, and that is the most marketed use case by Microsoft, actually, the creation of GIFs, images, and so on. So this is the reality. However, let's say this tide went up and now it's going a little bit down because the reality is a little bit different. This is Infobip product stack. I'm not going to talk about these boxes. I'm just to showcase that what happened in Infobip in February 2023 is that we got this task, actually, get AI everywhere, because it was the hype. So this is the reality, and we really started building a lot of stuff there. And not only I'm giving an example where I know, but I talking with other product managers, it's everywhere in the world, the same thing is happening. So what is the reality today? Following on what I said, 100% of managers, so everybody here in the room, I'm pretty sure, has a KPI, bring Gen AI into your everyday work in any form. I don't know, who of you has a Gen AI task KPI here? Can you raise the hand? Okay. You are not this group of managers. Good. The people that I'm talking with, everybody has a Gen AI. So 30% of the people know the problem, how Gen AI can help. The remaining 70% has heard and wants to experiment with Gen AI. And what we see that a lot of people are pushing strong. So there is a company, they are doing hotels and so on. And we were talking with the head of a call center there. And that lady, she didn't have the KPI for Gen AI, but there is a colleague working as a data scientist, he had the KPI. But she was so eager to show herself in front of the board that she was insisting that we need to provide her a solution containing Gen AI. And she was booking, we were delivering a booking system. Booking system is an integration, you connect to a backend system, you place an order, it goes in the backend, that's it. No need for Gen AI. But she was super insisting, bring me the Gen AI because I need to show off. And this is the reality of these 70% of the people which want to do it. And there is a huge opportunity, very opportunistic play where we could go out and sell Gen AI stuff to everybody. But this is not a long-term solution. It's not long-term sustainable because you will fail if you do that. It's because you can chase that, but at the end, if you're not sorting out the problem, you'll end up in a dead end. So this is critical and this is what is important here. Talking about Gen AI and other new technologies, you need to solve the problem, not implement the technology. So that's the story that we are telling to everybody. From the product perspective, because we are now driving this Gen AI, try to solve the problem, try to apply the right tool in the right time. Okay, how Gen AI can be today used? As mentioned, there is productivity gains, and we talked a little bit more. Talked a little bit earlier. There is the educational part, creativity and games, and there where actually you can see all the marketing is coming from the gaming industry, from image recognition, image generation, content generation, and those were the real applications of Gen AI are today. So songs has been written, images are created, marketing campaigns are created, billboards are created using Gen AI. That's let's say, and there is a lot of cheating in education by Gen AI. Under the story, we are helping out the kids. Actually, kids are cheating and they're not learning, which is a big problem actually. I'll be talking about productivity here, or actually user augmentation. As mentioned earlier, as product managers, we are trying to apply Gen AI to augment our capabilities, to make us faster, to make us more efficient. And also we are implementing this in all of our tools, in all of our products. We are trying to augment the capabilities of the end user. Being it someone who is building the bot, being it an agent in a call center, being it a supervisor or a marketeer which is creating marketing campaign. I will go pretty fast, and there are two categories actually, external and internal. So conversational support marketing and commerce is where we see the application, and on the other side in the internal processes, so support processes, FAQs, your processes, how you are working, and there is a list of things that we have been applying and we are seeing application of Gen AI as well in coding in technology. I wouldn't now go into all the details, but you can see where the Gen AI can be together with predictive AI can be applied. Depending, you will find most probably your use cases being listed here. And this is what we see on the market, where we see what's going on. And more importantly, everybody is doing the same thing. So there is not that is one also big challenge with Gen AI, that is very available, quite easy to build on top, and a lot of companies are doing these things. So we are one company, and there are tens or hundreds of companies doing exactly the same thing. And also in your industries, there will be the same situation. You think you're super innovative, you're launching a new Gen AI powered thing, bam, you can read there are 10 companies doing the same thing. So the difference and how we will, and how we are thinking, it's actually sorting out the problem and combining multiple technologies. So the companies which choose only Gen AI will fail for sure. The ones who are combining and maybe optimizing or leveraging using Gen AI will succeed. So this is the most important thing out of these slides. I'll briefly go through just for you to get some ideas what you might also implement. But the key is that you should combine classical algorithms, programming, Gen AI, predictive AI, and other technologies. Because if you're using only Gen AI, you're doomed to fail. Conversational commerce, so anything that you can imagine that has today been done by a person can be augmented and replaced by Gen AI for sure. This is concretely our core business messaging, so there are a lot of stuff that we are already doing. But more importantly, what we see, these are the internal processes, and in each one of these, we in Infobip, but also in other companies, we are seeing there is AI and Gen AI being applied. I don't know, creation of target list, creating the cold call script for SDRs has been done by Gen AI. The value proposition as well. You have a product, maybe it's not the top performing product, you put it in Gen AI, it gives you outside all the value proposition. But again, you need to control it. That's why the human in the loop is very important. Because at the end, if you are using GenAI for that, everybody will have the same value proposition for everything. Again, we are going in that, unison world. Also important to mention that we see a lot of companies applying GenAI for internal processes first. So they are still very reluctant to launch chatbots, for example, to clients on the market. Retail e-commerce is launching those bots, followed by the telcos, where the banks are pretty reluctant. We had a call with Goldman Sachs. They said, we are planning to introduce chatbots in 5 years. So that's a very long roadmap. Where the retailers, the e-commerce are doing it already today. Majority of the companies launches internal chatbots, improves internal processes, and then they scale into going to their customers. Because as mentioned before, if you fail with Gen AI, it can really augment the brand reputation significantly. Okay, talking about virtual assistants, when we think about Gen AI, it's mostly about the chatbots. We launched a couple of dozens, which is 24 to be precise, with 100 in the pipeline. So there is a huge interest about those, and you can see there is a lot of optimization and gains which you can achieve. You are familiar with Lako, with Podravka, that has been done by Infobip, but there are also others across the world. Again, I wouldn't spend a lot of time here, but what is important that, as you can see here, this generative AI combined with ranking and retrieval algorithms. Again, we are augmenting the existing capabilities instead of relying completely on AI. So this is the key. You have integrations which are pulling the data from the backend systems. You have algorithms to prioritize, and Gen AI can give a nice, shiny, wording around that. This is the approach. This is a partnership with Meta. So everybody, this slide is important because Meta is also, and Google, and everybody is pushing hard. They are giving you incentives, come to our LLM, start using them, and so on. So there is really a hype, a lot of investors pouring the money. So everybody's chasing this Gen AI a lot. Indosatoredu, this is a telco example, and you can see the results, 5 times revenue growth in a year. But again, it's a combination of Gen AI and classical algorithms, 200 use cases, and actually implementing these solutions enabled us to launch 200 use cases in a period of 3 months where we were out. Again, that's where Gen AI can help you, because today we have the capability, and others, that you can type, I want to create a chatbot which would work as a telecom seller in a B2C, selling prepaid, postpaid, top-ups, and so on. You write that, you click, and the AI creates it. So a bot creates the bot. So this is, again, augmenting the capabilities of the solution. This is a half-time automotive, but again, there will be specialized AI assistants for different topics. There will be an AI assistant for each company, for a specific use case, part of the customer journey, and so on and so on. And this is the reality. Again, this is happening, this is going on. With an important thing, this orchestrator, which actually will be managing the intents, as mentioned before by Tihomir, that it will, we all have intents where we are communicating with the telco, for example. Either we are pissed off with the invoice, or we are pissed off because the line is not working, usually. And then there is the intent for that, and there are multiple intents. So again, Gen AI helps really to fast forward recognition of the intent, and basically pushing you in the most appropriate assistant. There can be, we have built solutions where you don't have empathy, but you have a different tone of voice. With Lako, there is the Pavle, the chatbot is funny until you are asking about what is Casco and what are the financial details, then it gets serious. So today you can train the bot that the tone of voice is funny, sad, or very serious, depending on the use case. But empathy is not there yet. I fully agree, and hopefully it won't be to replace a soul, as Renata was saying. Okay, this is it. This is the roadmap. So basically, what we are working, but where we are seeing the market is going. So okay, the AI assistants are out. Voice bots is basically the augmentation of chat bots. Instead of having a chat, you're having a voice, speech to text, text to speech, same thing. The complexity in voice bots come from multiple intents, because when I chat, I usually write one thing and you can get the intent. When I'm talking, I can say, again, referring to telcos, you sent me the wrong invoice, and by the way, my internet is not working again. So those are two intents. When you're typing, you're probably writing one by one. So this brings the complexity in voice bots, but there are technologies which have sorted this out. What is maybe very important and where we see a lot of potential is this LLM agnostic solution, basically an orchestrator of different large language models. Today, we all know about OpenAI and Microsoft. There is Google, there is Llama from Meta. And those are the three big ones. But you have hundreds of micro and nano large language models specialized for the industry vertical part of the customer journey. And there are now large language models developed by companies for their own purposes. And there is hundreds, if not thousands, of LLMs already available today, and there will be a mess which one to use. So we are building, and others are building, a solution which will lie on top, basically to abstract the complexity of multiple large language models below, to have a uniform output towards the customers, and then use the most appropriate LLM below. Of course, analytics and human in the loop are critical for a success. Again, we do not believe that the bots or Gen AI is enough. You need to have the human to control the stuff. And very importantly, where the human is critical is the data. So data is the foundation for any AI project. Predictive AI, analytical AI, or Gen AI. So everything starts from the data. And the reality is with Gen AI, and you can see this as Gen AI, if you put garbage in a Gen AI model, you will get this garbage out. So Gen AI will really augment the garbage that you put in. With classical algorithms, you put one sack of garbage, you will get one. With Gen AI, we'll have a ton of garbage on 1 kilo of garbage, to talk in numbers. How to sort that out? So content organization and preparation, so that's critical. The data should be structured, the data should be stripped off, the data should be simplified, and then the output should be also controlled for toxicity, for hallucination. Here I'm talking about using Gen AI. And how we are doing that? We are applying predictive AI models. So the data, let's say we have 100 files for a specific FAQ bot in a telco. If somebody is asking about, I don't know, a modem of a specific type, we are extracting that data using predictive AI from the documentation and sending just that data to the Gen AI. Once the Gen AI engine returns the response, you are checking for toxicity and hallucination, again using machine learning algorithms and predictive AI. And we are very proud that we have zero hallucinations, and our bots are not writing haikus as some others are. But this is critical. So the data is critical for a success of any AI project, especially with Gen AI, which can really augment the rubbish there. And then security and compliance, very EU specific thing, but also, so this is, if you're having an AI project, if it is a consumer environment, let's say, educational, you're writing your own stuff and so on, there needs to be a lot of regulation. Because, especially in education, there should be limits. It shouldn't be used for scientific, or let's say science, this is the consumer environment. If you are talking about business environment where the companies are using Gen AI, what is interesting that it regulated itself. Why? And there's no need for any additional regulation. Because the brands are very reluctant to expose their private data or the end consumer data to anybody. So they are demanding that the LLMs and Gen AI models are living within their private clouds, that they are isolated from the big LLM models. So there is no data breaches because the brands want to share the data with OpenAI stack. And on the other side, the brands are very careful about their brand image. So they don't want to launch chatbots which will write haikus and stuff. And with the old clients that we are working, there is a lot of testing going on to prevent any brand damage with the wrong chatbot. So basically, the brands are taking care by themselves to optimize the usage of Gen AI, which is great actually, because really there is no need. In education, in science, and anything done by individuals, there should be a lot of regulation. There should be governmental controls on the EU level and so on. But in the business, it's already regulated. And basically, that's the end of the presentation. Here for any questions.
Fantastic. If you have a question, put up your hand. I'll give you the microphone. Anybody would like to pose a question, perhaps? Not right now. Okay. You'll be here during the break, hopefully, and over. Yes. No. Yes. Is that yes? Yeah. Okay. Have a coffee. Ask a question, and then take that forward. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for this presentation. Thanks. There we are. Right. Guess what? Who fancies a coffee? I'm sure you do. It's now coffee time, coffee break, chance to network, take those conversations forward as well. But remember, we're back here at 11 o'clock, and we're gonna kick off at 11 o'clock on the dot right here in this room. So enjoy your coffee and enjoy your last day in beautiful Opatija.
džep, bilo kamo.
Aha.
Sad se vi prilagodite ovo tu kako vam paše gore.
Ovdje, a ja idem Thanks. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off right now. Once again, with this next part of our second day of Product World 2024. Again, a refreshing coffee, great weather outside, but the pool as well, poolside. Good vibes down there. And we're going to continue with that right now here. And as you can see behind me, this is all about building AI-driven products and organization capabilities. So this really looks at large organizations challenges in adopting these capabilities, also how to start that journey as well, how to start and move forward with that journey, but maybe more importantly, where to be as well. Those two things there and many others as well. Again, an intriguing next 30 minutes together right now. So please welcome to our stage head of product management and BizTech creative director at Croatia, Mr. Luka Galta.
Thank you, thank you. Hearing your English now, mine sounds so bad. So, couple of slides, couple of minutes about our experience in the last 1.5 years, I would say, and helping companies build some AI-powered products and also helping companies adopt and adjust to AI, find a place for AI in their landscape. So for the ones who don't know about CROZ, even though I see a lot of clients here and I'm happy for that. So CROZ is a Croatian German BizTech consultancy that combines strategy and design, software engineering and transformation management. So the idea is to provide services which can help the client to elevate their game, so to bring their game on another level. Sometimes it ends up with a new product, but it's not the idea to create the product. The idea is to, along the way, enable internal teams to work better. Sometimes it's working on the processes, sometimes it's working in a specific area of engineering. So that's in short. We currently have, let's say, around 400 people, and 50% of our revenue is international. These are the variety of the clients who we work with. So you can see that we don't have an industry niche, but we use this capability of working in various industries, from tractor manufacturing to banking, car production, etc., in order to exchange ideas and which are present in one industry to share it as, let's say, a trigger for somebody else in the other industry. Regarding AI, so we founded the daughter company 4 years ago, specialized for AI. So I think that was a good strategic moment for us. So type of the projects, mostly large enterprise companies building custom solutions or integrating solutions, AI-driven, real-time data streaming, so a lot of stuff. Which brings us to the point where I ask myself, okay, so we have this AI hype, and we will have other technology hypes. It's present, it's available to everybody. And the question is, has technology stopped being a differentiator for all of us? So if it's there, if everybody can use it, is it really a differentiator so much? But the real question is, the real differentiator today is not the technology itself, but the capacity to navigate the vast amount of new technology and embrace what is needed and when is needed. Because we all see Gen AI, etc., but it doesn't make any sense, going into wrong direction or trying to put its sparkle, this magic all over the place. The key is to take small part when and where is needed and build your business upon that. So this is like a visual metaphor of what happened, let's say 2 years ago or 1.5 years ago. And this is similar when you see any change happening. You see a calm water, and you see a drop which creates a disruption, and sometimes it can spill over if the organization is not ready about it. So in any change, which is constant as we know, we need to observe the situation from two directions, from the inside out and from outside in. So otherwise, we will definitely be more at risk that we won't tackle this change properly. So this is, I don't know if anybody knows, but maybe we have psychologists here. This is Kubler-Ross change curve model created in 1969. And it shows the emotional turmoil faced by an employee due to any change initiative at their workplace, even though at that point talking about new business process, new software being implemented, etc., etc. And the conclusion is that people go through similar feelings of losing a person, of course, probably on a smaller level, but similar feelings, you know. So if we take a look at some other curve, and this is just a plain curve, nothing special. I created this for today. But it's based on facts and experience that over time, the uncertainty goes down and the confidence goes up if you tackle the change properly. And addressing what is the change here, the change is that we have this like a bubble of possibility of AI who is over us, and we need to find a way to address it properly, okay? So we can either try it out and not train it, not practice it, or we can practice and make it perfect. Sorry for the Barcelona fans in the crowd. So what we did and what became a part of our offering. So we introduced the hackathon as a structure of addressing this change. And first we did it internally, and then we started offering to our clients. And it became like a very, very good model of people adopting to change by addressing it from inside out and outside in. Because you include your people in the process. You're not imposing something. You are helping your people bridge this gap with this unknown thing which is all over the place. How it looks like in short, so you first, of course, you need to define the strategic goals and objectives. So it's very important that the top management is there, but not necessary. You can still do it within a certain department. After that, you host an internal hackathon in order to generate ideas on what are the possibilities of your experimenting with AI, Gen AI or something else. And after that, you evaluate these ideas. Maybe you will find something which is a new deal breaker, but nevertheless, you manage to adopt to this new change. So, organization team, you form an organization team. This organization team does some introduction educations in order to get everybody on the same page, prepare the logistics. You mix the teams, so you intentionally take people from IT and bring them together with business. You take marketing and bring them with IT, etc., etc. You prepare some logistics which are necessary for this experiment. And after that, each team needs to document all the results, which is very great for you to follow up on. Also, great benefit here is that you define new policies. You help your organization think about, okay, what are the securities and all other regulations that we need to obey in order to start using this on a larger scale. So not talking about a small POC, but really adopting and taking this new step into AI. This is kind of just a picture from our hackathon, some results from our personal hackathon. So we had a number of participants, 125, number of teams, 36, locations, Zagreb, Zadar, Osijek, Rijeka, München, a lot of pizzas, a lot of beers, some of the technologies which we included in this experiment. and some of the ideas and POCs which we made on this one day. So I will guide you through a couple of these examples just for you to know what can be created in, let's say, a week or so of preparation and 1 day of programming. So this is CRM enrichment and prediction. The goal was to address the situation when you have a salesman coming off of a conference like this and opening the CRM and then new opportunity and tag and value, description, So with this, within 1 day, we created a small POC, which resulted into recording your voice. So I was on a meeting with Anna, and we created a new opportunity, etc., etc., and we translated this voice to notes. These notes were integrated with Salesforce. New opportunities automatically created. Tags are attached. And after that, you use Einstein as part of Salesforce add-on to address the probability of this opportunity really happening. I see Croatia was also mentioning this. So this is pretty much very simple. You have an AI support agent. So no need to go into much detail about this, but really using LLMs to address this behavior and using the database for the base of knowledge of this support agent. This is cool for the marketing team, for example. So we took a podcast of a colleague of ours, Ivan Krnic. He has a cool podcast, 0800 DevOps, which talks about DevOps, but also, let's say, meta level of DevOps, about flow and processes in the organization, etc. And we address the challenge that you have a problem when you're trying to promote something via blogs on social media, that you need to listen and then you need to translate and then you need to cherry pick what is most important, etc., etc. So we automated this for our marketing department. So they take the podcast episode, put it in a transcript, then integrate with Midjourney to create a photo and then publish it to social media. So this was all created in a couple of hours. So you see, possibilities are there. Getting right people together, getting the right vibe together are there. I'm not telling that these are the killer products or the killer features. I'm just saying that if you create an ecosystem of people experimenting, that you will have an easier way of making this next step into finding out what is the right adoption of Gen AI for you. Since this was successful, people start talking about it and the clients start getting interested into this. So our next stop was hackathon for Intesa San Paulo, headquartered in Italy, presented in 12 countries. Their results, I cannot share their results of their experiments, but this is what I can share. So we had a number of entities, so companies participating free. Number of teams 65. They managed to put everybody on the one location. And this is interesting. So number of coaches from our side, so 21 people from our side were mentoring their people. And what is great here is that we had people from, I don't know if everybody sees there, from totally departments all around. Retail, corporate risk, internal audit, PMO, payments, marketing, real estate, budgeting, CRM. So everybody was getting their hands dirty and trying things out. And once it's finished, you have a couple of results. You have some cool initiatives which maybe you can follow up on. There's no more elephant in the room. So will this replace me? How this can help me, etc., etc. And the organization can move smoother in the next phase of using AI in certain segments where it really makes sense. So why even thinking about that? Competitive advantage, operational efficiency, better customer experience, risk management, just being cool because people want to work in companies who are going along the test of time. And you can pick the reason, but the key point is to address it. So the key takeaways of this, let's call it organizational adoption or boosting the organization's capabilities to adopt to the change driven by AI. You get what you give, of course. How much you invest into this whole experience, you will benefit. So we were fortunate enough that in certain situations where we did this, sponsorship was great from top management. They really highlighted that this is the opportunity for everybody to think about, to really enjoy and try it out. You know, so it's kind of a team building, very cool one and very focused. It's less about technology, so it's really not about technology. The technology which we used in these examples, I wouldn't say that it's obsolete, but you know, there are so many things coming in. The idea is that you're really bridging the gap and integrating these islands within your companies and also helping them to find this mindset of experimenting and trying something new. In order to evolve, organizations need to adapt and we need to be patient about that. One very important thing, don't wait. We can always say that, okay, yeah, we'll do it next year, we'll do it in a couple of months, but it will be different. Somebody else isn't waiting, so somebody else is having a competitive advantage here. And this is very important. So the change is natural only if it's organic and anonymous. So you can take the best product from the market and bring it to your organization and say, listen, this product is AI driven, etc. It will help us in this process, etc., etc. And maybe you solve the puzzle for that part of your business, but you're still having a foreign body there with people not understanding why and how it's working and how are we benefiting from that. And the last, and this is a guarantee, so you will be positively surprised with the findings after this type of experiment. So this is the organization aspect of the story. The product aspect of the story, and I'm here to referring to a couple of examples that we did in the last 2 years. So I would say it can fit into these 3 categories. One is AI-powered platforms. So we did for a telco company anomaly detection or AIOps platform, which they use for operation support. So basically they are detecting anomaly before it happens, trying to detect it before it happens. So it triggers people that, you know, turn on the network or signal, etc., so I don't lose my TV signal when I'm watching Champions League. Real-time fraud detection, so it's on top of maybe fraud detection that you know it. So we're also doing something similar for a company here in Croatia. But AI-powered platforms, it's very simple. It's a very similar concepts. It really depends on the context that you put it. So basically, you're looking for anomaly in some kind of a behavior or data, etc. Intelligent document processing. So you probably know where this can go. A lot of data, either a need for anonymizing it. So we have a customer in Germany. They're having a ton of feedback on all of their products. So really a ton of feedback, but they need to anonymize it so they can process it. So we put ML models in between so that people don't need to go through these documents and organize and anonymize it on their own. Accelerated data entries, etc., etc. And Gen AI assistants. I saw Kresho was talking about that. So we don't have 24, but all that we have are pretty much similar. So I think that building an AI assistant for organization is really, I wouldn't say piece of cake, but it's something which everybody should try. Because you definitely can automate some of the business. For example, HR department, putting the base of knowledge into your AI assistant so that you don't need your HR department running around answering questions. You provide it to the people and they ask questions. You know, how many days of vacations do I have? These type of things. And it really helps. On the other hand, we had one client where we built an AI assistant. The AI assistant was integrated with the emails that the company receives, the ERP system, the CRM system. So basically, he was kind of his really business assistant. He asked, okay, how many inquiries did we got today? Were there any mails with the negative context? Did we answer the mail for our top clients? And then the assistant asks, because he doesn't know, who are our top clients, based on what? And that's how you communicate. So these are the things which the challenges in building this was mostly on the infrastructure on the client side rather than building it. So building it in a secure, closed environment is in weeks or months' time. The rolling it out in the infrastructure on the ecosystem of this enterprise is the biggest challenge. So key differences compared to regular product development. So I asked ChatGPT for this question. Why? So this kind of should be a joke. So this is on the market for 2 years. We really cannot have some real key conclusions, you know. So we can have some experiences from various industries. We cannot compare methodology of something which is 2 years old or 3 years old with something which is, you know, decades old. But we can highlight some things. So definitely, the team setup is different. So there is a much bigger focus on data, and looking at what needs to be built, it's pretty much the same. You even need to put more focus on what we are really building at what problem are we solving here. So the key takeaways from comparing a process of building an AI-driven product with the standard, let's say, product development process are these. You should definitely demystify the power of AI. So the market, the promo, the internet and everything, and ChatGPT, I would say in particular, made everybody believe that you're talking with a human person. You're not talking with a human person. So the person on the other side is not human, and it's not capable of doing everything. And people need to understand that, because the marketing material that we get is like, yeah, they're even smarter than me. They're not. They know what we told them. And that is the first thing you need to address when you're explaining somebody what can be built. Aligning expectation is crucial more than ever. So people can come and say, but I read on the internet this. But if I can do it and I'm a human, then, and he or she is much, much faster by processing data, they can do it even better. Let people see how it really works. So this was a top thing for us. So you can create a chatbot, for example, and just looking at the UX part when you're exchanging question, answer, and this type of stuff. But if you let people see how the other side granulates the problem, how it processes. So if you put like a real command prompt, what's happening with this, you will help the end consumer understand how it really works. And then you're bringing your client closer to you in this process of understanding how this really works and what this really can do. Let people grow up with their AI product. So I mentioned this here because all AI is basically like a child which you brought in a library. So it can read, etc., but it's still a child. So it needs to grow up, and it needs a companion to grow up. It can read all these books in like, I don't know, milliseconds, but it's still a child. And you need to let all your clients understand that somebody needs to take care of this child. For us, experimenting mindset, like I mentioned before, this is very crucial because we have today AI, Gen AI in the hype. In a couple of years, there will be something else. If we don't start changing our mindset, now this is more, I would say, most important stuff. Don't connect with your MVPs, etc., throw it in the garbage, and know that you're sometimes doing some work which you will probably not use. And the last, and I thank AI for this. So, when you, couple of years ago, when you mentioned data quality, data importance, etc., people were like, yeah, we have problems, we will cover that. Now, really, if you want to leverage the best of AI, you need to have proper data. In order to have proper data, you need to introduce concepts like data quality, data contracts, data lineage, roles and responsibilities, etc., etc. So, because if you even take a one pile of your data and you create a chatbot who is using this, it's great. But tomorrow, new data will come in through some process. Whose responsibility? Who will take care of this, etc., etc. So we are currently participating in one project of data governance implementation, and the organization is doing it solely for the purpose because they know that it's a prerequisite for them to use AI properly. They are experimenting with AI possibilities in certain, let's say, islands, department, which is great, and this needs to be done. But in order to roll it, you need to have your data clean. And that's it from me. A question for you, my contact, if you want to engage into a conversation. How does your company experiment with new technology? And what do you see as the biggest challenge in the AI adoption process? Thank you.
Luca Gauta, fantastic. As always, right now you're curious, you have a question, or maybe again you might like to challenge Luca on something that he shared. Hand up, and I'll give you the microphone. You can ask a question right now, gentleman there.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask you a bit more details on the hackathons, like what is usually the length, or if the product team is in charge, another team, how it usually works?
Can you repeat? I didn't hear you.
The hackathon process itself. What is usually the length, if it's the product team in charge or another team leading, how it usually works?
Okay, so the length, right? I heard the length. So it depends on the size. But let's say it's in weeks. So let's say 4 weeks. So you define the day of the hackathon, and then you, based on the size, you first start with conversation on aligning expectation and the strategic objectives with the team who is rolling this initiative, okay? So we need to align what will make this hackathon successful and these type of things. Then after that, you are basically, let's say, starting a process of collecting ideas from different teams. You can have a challenge of they don't know how to team up, so you help them, or they already have some teams and they start proposing new ideas. Then, let's say 2 weeks or a week period is where our team works with these teams in order to challenge their ideas. So it's nothing like science fiction, it's just value proposition, challenging these. And at some point, if we say, okay, this idea is solid, it makes sense to try it out, then we include in our team engineers, so AI experts, who help these teams granulate these ideas. So when they come to the hackathon, that they have granulated tasks which they will experiment with. So basically, before the hackathon, and this is done via, I don't know, a couple of calls and syncs with the teams. So the teams, when they come to the hackathon, the idea is that they didn't work anything before, but sometimes some teams do, which is okay. But they have a very strict, small portions of experiments in front of themselves. And then you have our mentors who basically help them how it's going. Probably, I don't know, we usually had one mentor for 3 teams, but basically the teams are doing it on their own. And we are not, on the hackathon, we are more focused on, let's say, experimenting. Can we make it work? How could we simulate this integration? How can we connect something? Rather to the idea itself. So we evaluated the idea itself in the week before when we help them structure it and slice it for the parts which they will be doing on the hackathon.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Luca Gauta. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, we continue. We move on now to again another content-driven session to help you kind of make sense of what's happening and make those right decisions as well. So the world of telecommunications, you'll agree with me that it's quite complex and not always easy to get to grips with, and those roles of product management and product development can often be blended, and it's not easy again to sort of to separate them in many areas. So this presentation here right now, next session, will help you kind of understand a little bit more of the ins and outs of the industry, shaped by these connections, these rules, and the tough competition. But maybe more importantly, again, help you understand the strategies for success in this ever changing telecommunications landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear from somebody we've already heard from a little bit earlier on, but really just now, just her individually here on stage. Please welcome to the stage right now, Enterprise Marketing Director from Arjen Hrvatska, Renata Štefić.
Thank you, Peter. So Peter did great introduction. You know, we talk a whole bunch things about product management, but you know, this different product management, then project management, product development, you know, in my current role, we are actually blending everything all together. There are some common rules between all these roles. They are not the same, but in telecommunication, as I mentioned before, also during the panel, in this complex environment, this project management is really crucial. And it's always, you know, about, you know, how do we doing it, what is the efficiency, what is the timeline, are we reaching it, are the team set up, you know, and at the end, you know, what methodologies do we use in order to navigate this telecommunication world. So first, a little bit about me. I have been working in all three companies actually, Infobip, Croatian Telecom, and now at A1. I started from let's say, in the beginning of internet with dial-up modems, 9.6 kilobits per second, the main service, and mail and web hosting. So this technical background, and then I went a little bit to the product development, then proposition, and then it introduced business area, and for a longer period of time I'm working for, creating the services for specifically B2B segment, so business customers, and then of course everything else in the marketing area, advertising and everything. Also, having 3 kids that are choosing their direction right now. So this is why I'm interested in this education part of everything, because my kids are challenging me every day, you know, why they have to learn something, remember something, because everything is available. I can really look it online if I need it in that moment. You know, why? Tomorrow we are going to have all these gadgets that is going to be even more accessible to get some fact from the internet. So why they need to learn? You know, what are the skills they need? So these are the questions, you know, we are talking about in our family. So this is why I think that we should start talking about education much more. It's all about the team. You know the difference when you have good team members and when you get the team members that are actually not doing their job. And it really makes a difference. You know, some projects are really successful and others are not because of the team members. Are they engaged and how they act? And this is why we need really project managers. We have been discussing a lot, does project manager needs to be formally educated? And later on, we're going to talk a bit about the methodology, but I think that formal education is really something that is helping in the right moment. You know, it's when you have formal education, then you have a tool that, and you can have a rational decision to use it or not to use it in certain project or in certain type of organization in certain setup. But formal education is something that can really make a difference. Especially, again, going back to complexity of telco. When I'm saying complexity of telco, this means that in one period of time, new management came and they look at the all projects that have been going on in the company. And it was 150 projects. Some of them a little bit more local, between 2 or 3 departments. Some are across the company, and some of them strategic, you know. And when you are handling that huge number of the project, then handling the resources and interoperability, interdependencies of these projects, this is like really overwhelming task. So if you don't know how to do it, how to set up it, then you create additional mess, you know. Usually in telco, there is some kind of board for prioritization of the projects, so you have to fight for your projects. But regarding project manager, you know, I think it's all about the skills that you can also learn from the experience. Most of the skills are then the basic one, communication. You know, in your private life, then some misunderstanding was just because the other party didn't understand you. In technical area, when you're translating, let's say, technical requirements to the marketing requirements, all this go-to-market, you know, it can be all bunch of misunderstanding, you know. So these are even the different languages that sometimes we are speaking. So from my experience, what is another thing that is very important, you get your team members, but these team members are coming from the different part of organization, and depends on that part of the organization, like hierarchical part, how these team member act. And sometimes, you know, it says, you know, fish smells from the actually stinks from the head. That is completely true. So if you have the part organization that doesn't want to change, they have the problem with, they're complaining the problem with resources, you know, that they actually always have some kind of excuse. Usually it's about the manager. So when we are talking about teams, here, the skill of project manager is very important. Some of my team members are asking, why do I need to go for and have a coffee with somebody? You know, but his work is to do this. Why do I need to motivate him or her additionally? But you have to. This is, you know, this is your project, and you have to do it in order to make sure that everybody are doing what they're supposed to do and in the way you are supposed to do. Again, methodology really depends of organizational setup. It's good when you can have the agile team from, you know, end-to-end agile team. So with dedicated technical resources developers, and the end, it's a great thing you can do it. But usually, you know, when you are having huge number of projects, that there is no way you can do it, you know. So then this hybrid, agile and waterfall approach to the projects, from my experience, doesn't work that well, because then we are using like agile as some kind of excuse to not to do certain part of the job. And, you know, sometimes it really, it's not that efficient to do that. At the end, you have to go back and, you know, sometimes do some projects from the, you know, from the scratch because you messed up somewhere in the middle. Also, what is important currently,
are of course new type of generation with different motivation, prices, communication skills, and how they perceive, their future and their role into the big organization. Before I said that some of the telco complexity, as it can be seen outside, it's really, let's say, not that attractive for a younger generation. And this is why we are doing all set of programs in order to attract people. This includes also, for example, our STEM FEM program that we are enabling students in that area to come and to have summer job at A1 in very interesting fields like AI, the program that that I mentioned. So these are the things that we want, to show this younger generation that we are actually in the center of technology and that we are doing very interesting things. It is very important also to have this mutual understanding. I know that now we are preparing managers to, let's say, differently manage this new generation, but on the other hand, we have to teach these new kids how to act at the job, And here I also see my role as a parent. Relatively recently, I had a situation that one of the students acted very weirdly during during his job change. He actually quit the job, but the way he did it, and communication, how he did it, was very strange. So what I did at that moment, I went to my kids and ask them, is this correct way of doing it? Because I thought maybe I'm too old for this. I don't know, so I checked with them how they will react and what they think, is it correct or not? And I was very satisfied because they told me that I was right, that this kind of not proper communication is not acceptable. Actually, they told me you should let him go before he quit, because he obviously doesn't know how to communicate. How could we expect from him to do his job? So it was completely strange situation. So regarding the skill of project manager, project manager formal skills are one thing, it's theory. But at the end of the day, project manager is the leader. It's setting the timeline, motivating the people, everything. I will recommend each manager and project manager to go to the situational management training, because I saw in my career that lots of, let's say, experienced manager don't know how to properly delegate the task depending on the development of employee. So situational management is really showing you how to access the employee and how to delegate and explain the problem. Are you going to delegate or coach, or are you going to support? So these are different approaches, and I don't think that this evaluation of the managers are done completely in a good way. Let's say we somehow assume that people that are sent to some kind of education, they now know what to do, and we don't do the follow-up. And there is no, from my experience, enough checkups. Are they doing the good job or not? So in telecommunication, how do we decide? That was a discussion yesterday. How do we decide what products should we launch or not? Of course, we are asking the customers, but sometimes it's not about the customers. It's about the new technology. Then you are not asking the customers if you want to implement something. Sometimes it's about competition. Sometimes it's about internal insights, what we have to change in order to improve everything. So there are lots of things that, lots of inputs coming from different areas. So, but then we have to be honest with ourselves what we can do and what we cannot do. Does anybody know this quote is from which book? It's Catch-22, because sometimes we all feel like we are, there's some absurd situation. We want to do a bunch of things, but there is no possibility, that we do everything. So we have to prioritize and make sure that the things that we are doing are giving really good benefits on the market and for internal stakeholders. When I came to Infobip, one of the things the colleagues were telling me that telecoms don't like them. Like, they don't want to talk with us that much, they ignore us, they don't like our business model and everything. And one thing what I did there is actually I made education that, how the telecoms are working. Usually it's not about that. It's about that you are fighting against, maybe in that period, 40 very very strategic or very important projects in the sense of money, urgency, or efficiency. And when you come to the telco as a partner or as requesters or something, you have to know that, of course, you have to sell your story. And it really makes sense from that in perspective to find somebody that have the same goal as you have. Is it new additional market value? Is it some kind of internal efficiency? You have to have your spoke and your ambassador within a company. And the same thing with the projects inside the company. It really makes a difference when you know what is really important and you know how to explain it and to sell the product. You have to sell it within the company. Sorry. Yesterday we talked about launching new things as soon as possible. For some things, yes, for something, no. So if we are talking about basic connectivity, you wouldn't like that we launch something that is not working. So tomorrow, we make some kind of upgrade and your mobile phones are not working. So this is not an option. For some things that we, especially in some kind of application or something, and on, yes, you can go on the market, test it, get a customer feedback. But for some things, really, it's not an option. Basic thing has to work. The services that customers are currently used to, this is a minimum, and you cannot play with that service. This is not the way. Additionally, what I learned from InfoBig, again, when I came there, I started working with operators all around the world. First, from Croatian perspective, I thought that some things are complicated here because we as a Croats are like this, we don't like processes, we like shortcuts. Sometimes we want to be quickly, so we add some complexity of top of something that we didn't solve in the past. But then I really work with all bunch of telecom in Central America, South America, in Asia, Middle East, and Europe, and I can say that almost all telcos are having the same complexity. Different BSS OSX systems that are not interconnected, that you have to merge all together. If you want to make the service, that you have to usually connect a whole bunch of the services to provide something that from the outside looks very simple. And this kind of understanding really helped me to understand, okay, this is our world. So we can change what we can change. If something the organization is not too ready to change something, you can actually just play in that arena. You cannot make something from the scratch if the organization is not ready, And I think this is very important thing, especially then again when you're talking about new generation, we have that are impatient, that really wants everything now, immediately, and that are not willing to put additional effort in something that is very complex. It's a generalization, but it's in some things are true. So this is our playground. But then again, what in telco, what we are doing, we have this huge number of customers, huge number of the salespeople, and we have a perfect place, to have the partnership with the other companies that are really experts in their area in order to launch the service together and to play there. You compensate some of this really, great complexity with the new things, the things when technology is changing, there is a new protocols, there is, of course, 5G, it's going to be 6G, the things that is actually, something that telco has to be into, because there is no way we can ignore these changes. We have to, improve our services and offer this additional level. Additionally, again, what I saw from my experience, we don't put enough effort into the change management. We think that change management is a side job, like project manager resolve this. When we have a new systems, okay, we are going to have education, we have some kind of ambassadors, there are regular things, but for complex changes, we need the change management. Yesterday, we heard from OTP Bank about the merger. Usually telco has their own part of mergers, and this is very stressful periods, mostly because we don't put enough effort in change management. Customers are not waiting. When you are doing your internal things and integrations and everything, customers want their service to be better, and and that to follow some things that are like really market trends, and while doing internal things, sometimes you don't have time to do it. So yes, you should put some additional effort in change management. I think this is, it can seem as additional cost, but it really pays off. Another learning, you shouldn't quit too quickly. In some period of times, we launch new services, let's say much before Corona, remote workplace. It's a completely developed service, but it was before the Corona, and lots of years before it. So nobody were using it really in Croatian market. And this sometimes can, make it, let's say, you can make a wrong decision based on the current situation. So to prepare better, place with features, but some things, let's say, you should leave it and be very patient. It is hard to say in today's ever-changing world to be the patient, but I think that patience is not underestimated quality, because sometimes you need to step back, look at it, and decide what to do. The future, we talked a little about during the panel. It's a really million-dollar question, you know. Again, I think that some of the things that are basis for any job we have to learn, you know. When we are learning mathematics, we are not just learning mathematics, we are learning logic, the way of thinking and everything. So I think that despite the fact that we are having all this information in our hands, that we should put more emphasis on how we learn things. AI, we talk a lot. Again, we like as a human to think that we are unreplaceable, that we are special, but we are not. So time will show us, you know, where in what direction this is going. But for the future project manager, I think that this capability of change and to adaptability and to try the new models, to have this passion about the things that you are doing, that it's a must actually. In every, my suggestion is always that whatever you're doing, but even it is a stupid task, do it as best as you can. Somebody is watching, you know, it is going to pay off. Not any task is stupid. And of course, you know, at the end, stay humble. I think this is a really important thing, because it shows, again, additional attitude toward the teams, the projects, the company and society you're working in. At the end, you know, for all of us, I really suggest that we sometimes step aside and have fun and make the best out of it. Thank you.
There we are, Renata Stefic. Okay, perhaps a question, perhaps one quick question. If you'd like to ask that, I'll give you the microphone. Anybody like to pose a question to Renata, perhaps right now? If not, that's okay. We still have a few hours together, so you can grab her, have a coffee, have a chat, and take that forward. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Renata Stefic. Thank you so much. Right, next we move on steadily to our next session. So elevating product management, the impact of a problem-centric approach. What does that all mean, and how is that relevant to you? We're going to find out right now. Delighted that he's here to share his insights and perspectives, and again help us make sense of this in the right way forward. From Reversing Labs, Senior Product Manager Žarko Čurić.
Thank you very much, Peter, and hi everyone. If you see this title, yesterday there was discussion from colleague. Not everything is problem. There's also experience. So I was thinking, should I also add that to the title? I was like, it was a bit problematic at that time, but I decided to stick with it. And just before we start, I wanted just to make a small intro about myself, but also about my company. I work as a senior product manager at Reversing Labs. So probably I already spoke with few of you. Not a lot of you know already what's Reversing Labs, what do we do. So we're inside the cybersecurity space, not business to business to customer as colleague, only business to business. But we started starting with unpacking the files and making the malware analysis tools for our customers. Then we made a huge repository and made like great threat intelligence repository of the files. But in the recent years, we saw that there were really huge need for the software supply chain security tools, because companies tend to include a lot of third-party tools inside their installation packages, but they don't know what's basically happening on there. Are there any vulnerabilities, any malware there? So what we really try to do is analyze everything there, even without needing your source code, basically sending those files. And I'm here in this company for maybe a 3 year. But before that, I was also in 2 other companies where I worked inside the gambling industry. So totally different space, totally different. So yeah, not so many connections there. When I started working on this presentation, I started with the user story. Probably everyone has those over their head already, not another user story. It's usual. As a person, I wanted to do this so that I receive that. And with this presentation, what I really wanted to do is, as a product manager, I really wanted to extract exact problems from my customers or users so that we can provide or basically create a product solution that the market has a need for. And we go to the next slide, and it says all customer feedback is important. We need to know how to interpret it. What does this mean? You can have many different occasions where you receive the feedback, and this, of course, depends from your business. Is it business to business? Is it business to customer? Do you receive a lot of that feedback? Do you receive only like smaller number of feedback if you're business to business? But every feedback is important. The main thing to know there is how to interpret those informations. However, the main challenge here is always that customer jump to solutions. That's the main problem. And this is not only the customers, it's basically any person. Whenever you're using some product, whenever you're doing something, the first thing that you will always do is if something is not working as you attend, you will say, I would like that this button is bigger. I would like that this goes this way, or that when I click this, it opens in this space. It's natural. We, as a people, always tend to be PMs. Even if we are not PM for that product, we tend to do that. But we, as a PM, we need really to extract those problem statements. So, not to overburden you with the cybersecurity examples, I wanted to use one from my 2 before companies inside betting industry. Really fun industry, a lot of fraud, a lot of fun stuff going on there. So, if you can see here on the screen, we have a basic ticket. So what is this? It's basically whenever you go inside any bet shop, when you play some bets, the cashier, the operator will give you this ticket. Each ticket has a lot of information, but one really important one is the barcode at the end of the ticket. Why is it important? Because without this ticket, without this barcode, if you win something, you cannot pay it. You need to go to the bet shop, give that ticket back to the user, to the operator, and he will scan it. If it's winning one, he will give you the money. Now, when we made that intro, we had, and one of the options just to mention is, of course, we also offer the possibility to make the copy of the ticket. Why is it important? Of course, during the printing, there could be out of the paper POS device, or there could be power outage or something like that. You always need possibility to make a copy of the ticket. Now, we receive few requests from different clients almost at the same time. And they said like, can you disable this functionality to print a copy of the ticket? The other one asked, can all the tickets be paid out in the headquarters, not in the bet shop? And they all had some requests, like these are only three of them. We received a lot of requests. They all asked something to disable, to not offer this functionality anymore. No one saying what was the problem. Now, hearing about this, I wanted to ask you, can you guess what was the reason of the request? So I have here 3 possible cases. So who thinks that this was for the better overview of winning payouts? Probably no one, yeah. For the environment concerns, like decrease the usage of paper, of course, reduce carbon footprint. Betting companies are famous for that. Yeah, no. Then the third, player exploring the system fraud. Who thinks that that was the solution? Probably most of you, yeah. We thought also that, and we all probably thought that was the main reason, but actually not. That was the strange thing. Not the player were exploring the system, it was the operators inside the bet shops. If we just took that and we didn't ask additional questions, we would probably assume it was the point 3. We would take that as a conclusion and add those functionalities. But what actually happened there is if player goes to the betting shop and plays some unrealistic bet, let's say he takes some team from Croatia and says that team will win Champions League. There's really small chance that this will happen. And he plays 10 euros. Once the operator prints him the ticket, player leaves, of course, the betting shop. What would operator do is they would make the copy of the ticket, scan that copy of the ticket, and they had the possibility to cancel the ticket and take 10 euros to themselves. It was really a strange fraud, and it was happening on many different bet shops on many different clients. So this information spread between them, how to fraud the system. And so what we did really there is what we decided to do is on that before picture, if we see the barcode on the original ticket, we added 4 additional secret codes, but only on the original ticket. So if someone came with the original ticket, scans it, it will automatically be paid out. But if they go with a copy of the ticket, it's missing those 4 digits, and then they need to call the headquarters and they need those codes from the headquarters. With this, we reduced around, I think at that time was 73% of the canceled tickets with one small action. It was really crazy experience. So always the most important thing is that you really need to be the person who asks right questions. Why is this important? If you go to the client and you know that they ask for some feature that is either unrealistic, it takes too much time, it's really complex, you will never go, and if you present it like that to your customer and say, see, if we don't have enough resources, this is too much complex, this will slow our system, it's not good enough explanation. You will always need to go with more like, okay, really interesting, what's the meaning behind of it? Because you can always be the person who thinks about maybe better solution that goes along with your vision of the product. So with this, we came to the feature modification requests at our current company. It's Reversing Labs. So what we do is for this feature modification request, we use the end user ideas for product improvements, but as a problem statement. And also this helps us, of course, manage the resources, but also with the opportunity scoring table. Probably a lot of you maybe had experience with Pragmatic Institute scoring tables and maybe different options like that. You need to define most important attributes and assign attribute weights to them. And basically with that, you can easily measure what was the opportunity and then also combine it with not only the customer requests, but also internal vision and internal ideas that you have for your product. And here is a live of a feature modification request. I stole this from my colleagues, so Charlie, if you're looking, sorry for that. For the FMR, what we usually do is inside our company, every feedback from the customer gets inside our Jira. And then it has his life. His life goes simply by always the PM that is responsible for that product is automatically assigned. And then we go to the first step is the important one, finding the right problem, because again, we're returning to the problem statement, finding from the customer. Sometimes we reach to our technical account managers or customer success or support team to get back additional maybe information from the customer, or even better, we tend to jump in the call with our customers to really find out what's the main reason, main driver behind those requests. And then once we know really what's happening on there, then we have three, of course, possible scenarios: reject request, duplicate request, and accept request. Reject, if it really doesn't go with our vision, if it doesn't go with our product, we reject it, we explain it to the customer, the main reason behind of it. If we already have similar requests inside our system, we make it as a duplicate, add the client name, and that's it, or we accept the request. This process was really great for us for the relationship building with our customers. But not only with them, this was a really great opportunity how to improve your relationship with the development team. Why? We included the feature modification request with our engineering. And what we really wanted to do there is we wanted to bring requests early as possible. Why did we want to do that? There are a few main reasons. First one of them is so that the engineering team has better insight what customers are thinking about. If you tend to move your engineering team away from the problems, then they only see the code and only the problems. They don't tend to get that much involved inside the product. If you include them really early, they are really jumping to the project. They are jumping with their ideas, with their solutions. But not only that, we also always want to start with the problem, as already mentioned, not with the solution. Because if we start with the problem, everyone can chime in with their ideas. And one really, really important thing is that we never bring their already accepted FMRs for the customers. Meaning that if it's already accepted, then the whole meeting doesn't make sense. Why to discuss something that's already agreed upon? And with every meeting, what I always tend to do is, of course, there's some opportunity for each side of the meeting. So developers get some insight, get some information, but this is also great for me as a PM. Why? This is a great way to get like first ballpark of feature cost. Meaning when we are discussing about it, then there's a perfect chance to already see, is this something that will take, I don't know, 2 weeks or 2 months? Of course, this is not exact. It can always change during the time, but it's really helpful for you to make your roadmap and upcoming maybe releases. And during those meetings, one of the usual things that could happen is, of course, clash of ideas. This is nothing like strange. There will be always disagreement. Important thing is how do you approach them as a product manager? One thing that I usually want to say from the product management side is that we should focus always on data and recommendations and not on opinions. And this is really important if we have some clash of ideas, either between maybe your idea and engineers or between two ideas from engineers or whoever. So what I always tend to do there is this, I call it reverse devil's advocate, maybe not the best name, but I will explain it quickly. Whenever you add some idea on the table, it becomes your idea. You're behind of it and you stick with it. You're always like personally, passionately for this idea. And the same thing is also for the other side. The other person also who brings his own idea or her is always looking from their perspective. That's okay. But then one thing that I always try to do, at least from my perspective, but I also push other people to do it, is I push them to think what are the negative aspects of my idea and what are positive aspects from someone else's idea. Meaning that it reverses. Usually when you promote something, you will say, okay, my idea is best because this, and this. I don't like your idea because this, and this. Now you swap it, and you have totally different mindset, and then you move people from really having an idea as a possession to really more a pragmatic approach to the whole problem. Then you see the real pros and cons of both sides. And the most usual thing that happened there during those situations is that maybe even the third idea comes along. Maybe that goes together from both of those ideas in one solution that's really maybe the best one. So that was everything from my side. I'm not sure how much. Yeah, I'm on time. Nice. If you have any questions, I didn't add my QR code because security companies don't like QR codes. There is phishing right now, but you can all find me on the webpage. There are LinkedIn accounts, so reach out to me if you have any questions. And yeah.
Fantastic. Right, that's right, round of applause. Before you go, got time for a couple of questions, perhaps. If you're intrigued, you're curious, you want to ask a question about what you've heard from Žarko, now is the time, and I'll give you the mic. No? All happy? All happy? Yes, you are. Right. Žarko, thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you, everyone.
Right. That's it. Very shortly, over to lunchtime. Lunch is almost served. Before we go for lunch, just something very quickly. So, Opatija, if you were here yesterday when I mentioned Opatija. So I used to work in Rovin about 24, 25 years ago, long time ago in tourism with a British company. And when I first came, so my Croatian is not good. Someone mentioned earlier on, they're embarrassed to speak compared to the accent that I have. I'm a native Englishman, so naturally I'm going to have a better accent. But let me tell you, the other way round, my Croatian is not that great. But when I first got here, there's like one word that I learnt when I was in Rovin 24 years ago, that I'm actually very proud in Croatian, very proud to know this word. However, I never ever get to use it. I never ever get to use it. And this is a word that I will tell this to you. This is the word I can probably say better than most of you in this room. Now, I know what you're thinking. What this English Katia? Well, it's Englishman who thinks he knows a better word in Croatian than native Croatians. Well, let me just quickly explain. So, years ago in Rovin, I worked with British tourists who would come to Rovin and they would spend 2 weeks on holiday, having fun, really enjoying themselves. 2 guests, elderly couple. They came. They were going over to Crveni Otok. Do you remember the small island just near Rovin? Going on a small little. Now it's a bigger boat, but then it was just a small little chugging boat going across to the island 20 minutes. As she stepped onto that boat, she slipped. Elderly woman, she must have been about 80 something, and she slipped and she fell on her face, and she actually broke her nose just there. From then on, she was taken directly to Pula, to the department of Ukhogolonos. True. And I went there. I literally, I don't know, she was there about 2 weeks, but out of those 2 weeks, 14 days, something like 12, 13 days, I would drive up to the department of Ukhogolonos every single day. And it's quite funny because those 2 guests, the woman and the husband, elderly husband, they were always asking me, what's the doctor saying? What does the doctor say? What does the doctor say? I would go over there. I have no idea. Nemam pojma uopće what the doctor was telling me because I didn't understand Croatian. However, that one word that I just kind of repeated and learned and heard every single day while I was there was otorinolaryngologia. I'm not kidding. No. You don't have, no, please don't clap. Don't have to clap. But otorinolaryngologia, and I can say it quite quickly, otorinolaryngologia. So that word, I always remember, one of the very first words I learned in Croatian, but actually never ever get to use. I wait for the day, 24 years in Croatia, I wait, maybe it will come, maybe not, where I can use that word in conversation, but not in a joke, kind of telling you that the story of Otorinolanikologia. Anyway, are you hungry? Yes, you are. I'm hungry as well. What we're going to do right now, we're going to go down, not down, on this floor, in fact. And remember, back here, 1:30, kicking off sharp, the last part of our 2-day adventure here at Product World 2024.
Do you wish to do first the intro or do you wish to go to the lunch?
Wow, what a story.
That's true. Say it every day, man. But you never say it, never get to use it.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Radi, radi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kick off now with our next session. So if you're just around the door, come on in, take a seat, have a drink, if there's one on your table. Come on in, take a seat, and we'll get cracking with this next session right now. And again, one of the things, so speaking with quite a few of you already, and the conversations, overhearing a lot of the conversations that I've heard already, it's really clear that this is an event, this is a kind of gathering which is really all about the content, right? It's really all about the ideas, the insights, the inspiration, things that can actually help you make those right decisions and make the going forward as well. So it's not a sales conference at all. It's all about ideas from other people in your industry or outside of your industry, but doing the same job. So you can kind of compare with what you're doing to kind of maybe implement some of those ideas into your own work, which is what, again, this another session, which I'm sure the elements we're about to hear right now can help you do exactly the same thing. So transition from defining product strategy to local implementation. How does that all work, and how is that all going to be relevant? We're going to find out right now from our next speaker, who we've heard from a little bit earlier on before. Again, sticking with Telkom, this is product director from Hrvatski Telekom, Mr. Tihomir Kapular.
Hi to all. The perfect slot to present last day after lunch, so it can be better. The first presentation was after breakfast, so complementing these two is pretty interesting. So, Tihomir, I lead the tribe for connectivity, broadband, and TV in Croatian Telekom. Coming from Slavonia, small city, moving to Zagreb because of the work. Whole of my career actually in Hrvatski Telekom started as an agent in the back office, second level support, then going through the technical service, the operational part, then after that a little bit of OSS part, and after that for the last 3 years in product. So why am I here today? So I would like to tell you a story, and I would like to tell you a story. Actually, in the basic of this story, it's a change, and this change goes in the 3 different ways. So the first, it's this big change of our product, what we did, and for this, I would like to show you what we did, how we did it, what we learned from that, what was the good thing, what was the bad thing, so if you also can copy. The second part, and this is more a why and what. The second part is how, and in this how, I would like to also tell you a story about change. The change starts from yourself. So because of that, I'm going to try you and explain to you what changed me, how this influenced myself, but also how this changed teams and how actually the teams were evolving through time. Sometimes it's going to look a little bit, perfect or something like that. It never was perfect. So when it's changed, it's actually controlling the uncontrollable in some parts. But I'm going to be as realistic as I can. So it's actually the topic is defining strategy and local implementation. Defining strategy, so as we are part of a global group, our strategy is based on our inputs and central inputs and all of the market, defining one broadband or one product strategy, but then doing the local implementation where specific customer needs, specific local processes are being implemented internally. So the first part is this strategy, but before strategy, I would like to talk what is the situation. So in this situation, there is like 3, not most important, but 3 pillars that I think are most interesting for you. So our situation is that we are Croatian Telekom, we are talking about broadband, fixed broadband. We have the highest market share, around 500,000 customers. These customers have around 2.5 million devices using this broadband. Some kind of usage is that in average they are using, they have a content demand of around 300 gigabytes per month up to 500 in 80% of the customer. And if you're looking up a little bit into more detail, so we are providing a relatively, in most cases, very good connectivity. In some cases, there are faults, but mostly on legacy technologies that we are trying to exchange with the technology that we think are technology for the future, most important fiber and FWA. Bandwidth and parallel usage is something that was like the basic of this product. So everybody is actually talking, do you have, before was like 10 megabytes, 20 megabytes, 50 megabytes, how much devices can you connect on the Wi-Fi, how good the Wi-Fi is. It's actually the basics of the service. Also, and these two parts are like good, semi-good, and the third part is the Wi-Fi, which is actually the most important part of this service. And it's perceived complex. So at the point that we started this, the Wi-Fi was first explaining to the customer why doesn't he have the speed that he needs on the one point, how does he connect, why his password and SID are like that, how to change them. So this part was very complex. The second part, what we wanted to change is how we innovate and how digital this product was. So the product was really robust, and being robust, what we actually did, we made it simple for ourselves. It's stable, so it was designed more technically and more for the ones that design it, but less for the customer. For the customer, it was good, but not too digital. It was slow when you have the app. You cannot manage it too much, and it was much higher complexity for the customer than for ourselves. Also, because of a lot of systems and a lot of changes, the simplification for the customer and the features coming to the customers were really slow. This is where we wanted to change the situation. And the design of product and the design of the usage actually of the product was in such a way that getting support and getting knowledge, the calls for necessity. So it was not like if you have anything and you have everything at your fingertip, you can change everything. It was actually, dial 0800 9000 and then we will help you. So it was not really simple for the customer. And the third part, which was most important at that point, the cost management. For us, this product was extremely operational cost effective. We had full zero touch provisioning, so replacement, knowing when we had a problem with CCP was really good for us. And from this perspective, we were really proud of it. But the second part is that integration and the complexity that was on the central side, the cost of integrating new features on top things on the CP was very costly. So starting with this, we defined ourselves a challenge actually. And the challenge was we want to differentiate and grow in an increasingly competitive environment. And not only local competitive environment, because now we are competing also with the OTT players, especially. Starlink is here. Now we see also Revolut is coming into the broadband market, mobile, but they are coming. And we see a need actually, first of all, to be able to differentiate so that the customer sees is what he's getting, that he has much more value, that he doesn't want to have some digital player, but actually to have somebody that has reliable services, but also very simple. And from this perspective, we did before and when we want to go. So in very simple words, before and from, we were connectivity provider. What actually that means? We give you a line. This line is on the CP. This CP has Wi-Fi, and this is where we end. So the complexity we left, we had this, customer had the UI of the vendor of the CP. Customer had trial and errors of the app from our side, but not succeeding. the data that we had from the DCP was very, very simple. And we wanted actually to make a change, and this is where we're going, and we succeeded in most part, is connected home leader. So the words that represent what our vision is, first off, is this home, connected home. It's not anymore just about the place that we enter, and after that, it's your problem. So we want to give to all of the customer really a home where everything is connected. So we now own the Wi-Fi. We need to understand on this Wi-Fi how the product is perceiving, and we want to enable you to have the service in each corner of the house. Second thing is that the CP, which was before for us a cost because it was a part of actually product that was driving cost, and we didn't see here value because there was no differentiation for us. We see this now as a platform. First of all, we want to be able to give the customer the power and feeling that he can control everything on the service, being very secure, but also he wants to control who can connect, when he can connect, and how to use the service, that he is able to do this digitally. But also this platform should be such that we can open this to other partners. So not being able only to integrate for 2 years like one basic feature, but have the possibility to really open the platform. And if you have one new partner that can give OTT features through our CP, actually, for this 500,000 customers in very fast and short-term integration that we are able to. Okay. And this was the strategy part. This was the why when we started the integration. So from my perspective at that point, I was on the technology part. I was leading the team of the CPE. We were talking about where we are going, and my question was, guys, but why are we changing this? So we have very simple processes. You connect everything and everything is working. Why do you want now to change? For us to do that, we had to change everything from local systems to the cloud central backends. And we knew that it was being built agile, so it's MVP and then building additional features. We had already a full-blown product that had all of the features. Everybody were used to it. Distribution and post was working pretty good. When you get your CPU, plug it in, everything is working. And now we want to change this everything just because we want to give features that I thought at that point we already have. They were a little slow, but we already have, and we had a lot of discussions here. At one point, I saw that from the data that we got from NPS and from customer responses, is that we are not going to grow and differentiate if we do not challenge ourselves, if we don't disrupt ourselves, because this was really a legacy thinking, and this was. We needed to change because somebody would change the game for us. And then they asked me to come to lead the product. It was not because of this my different way of thinking at that point, but it was more because they saw that I'm too stubborn to change on the technology side, so they asked me to come to their side and then to more easily change me. And yeah. So three most important things when we started, and that are going to go a little bit through the presentation, and that I think that are most important. So the first of is value. Starting with value, especially for the customer, is something that is like the North Star for all of these things that we are doing. So if you do not understand why are you doing this, what is going to be the value at the end, then making decisions, staying up all night, working to prepare it, doesn't make sense. If it's just something that somebody told you that you have to do and have to implement, if you don't see the value, you will not be able to follow it through. The second part is complexity. So before we had complexity on the customer side, but it was low for us. It was still high, but it was more for the customer. Now we have more complexity on our side, but for the customer, it should be less complex. But in order to get from one side to other side, it's again very complex procedure on the whole base, open heart surgery, however you want to call it. You need to be prepared for the complexity. You need to be really ready that the ambiguity is quite high, and you will need to make decisions each day that you practically don't know how they are going to end up. But again, going to the value, knowing what you want to achieve, why are you doing this, and then making the best decisions that you have at that point to solve the complexity. And the third one, which is really crucial ingredient, without this, it's never going to work. So it's the team. The team, very important. It's not that they are, everybody's listening to you, everybody's doing what everybody else is telling you, delivering like delivery teams and KPI teams. It's a team that really first has the passion to deliver the value and to go all in, to have the possibility to deal with the complexity because of the ambiguity and every problem that they are going to have. It has to be a team that is really going to follow through. Luckily, I had one lady in my team that was a perfect fit for leading this, and she's like 80% of why we delivered this and why we built such a good team. And this change that happened actually at the beginning, it was also from the team. Why are we doing now? So we have been building this for 20 years. We are very proud that we have built, because we thought that we were very good at it. And now we are going to build everything from scratch that we don't know that at the end is not going to work, because they had like 10 reasons why it's not going to work. And they were right at that time. But it was not like it's not going to work and let's not do nothing. Let's just fight and state that this strategy it's bad. It was like turning them around to start to believe in the value part, and then actually to do what needs to be done, because they know what needs to be done to get solved, and to implement it. So the most important part here is the team. And the growth of the team was one thing that I was most proud of at somewhere in the finish, when they started to believe what they are doing was really something that gets you goosebumps. Okay, and now in this integration part, the three parts. It's like the first one, planning, development, and then launch and stability part. In the planning, we were always trying to go from the customer journeys, from the customer side, aligning this with customer needs and what the customer, how to provide the perfect feature or perfect product. So, and this part, it's really not easy when you are doing a brownfield, because you already have a team that is working on something, that mostly engineers, that is technology, and they think how this is going to work and how this needs to be changed. And then you are telling me, but forget everything you're doing. Let's now talk about the customer. And here needs to be focused really. At the beginning, we were really bad at here. So we were first building the backends and then seeing how the customer is going to see this. This is where the one thing that I can at the beginning tell you, first start from customer journeys, and then actually to bring in more people. Agile development was the second. So at the end, you are going to hear, do not do a big bang. So without agile, everything is a big bang at the end. So you have to split it up really in small segments, understand what you're doing, and even more, what is important in agile approach is that you can change directions. If you are going to make a lot of mistakes, you need to be able to streamline it and to go faster in different directions. Because of that, I think the agile is most important. And prioritize. It's not so much at that point the customer need in this part. It's like, as I said, you have the value. You said what you need to be done, and then prioritize really and balance here between quality and stability, but also a feature. Not everything has the same priority. You are always going to get like really huge amount of needs from the sales, from support guys, from field guys, but you need to be able to have the power and to make decision. This is the first increment, or this is the MMP, and after that, in the second phases, we are going to communicate this, but prioritize. In the development part, so this is where it became really interesting. The development and integration part, mostly it was developed centrally. And this is a central cloud platform where central we have one product now developed for the whole group. It's like eight NATCOs, and the local part is the complexity of the process of the support systems and the whole ecosystem around a local part. And now you are bringing all of these teams together. So, and in one point, it's more than 20 domains working together to bring something in. So you have 20 different teams preparing one product to be launched and making them work together, and really to have a normal prioritization, not to have different speeds in development, and losing here much time was really significant. The one most important thing here, or one of three most important things, was local ownership. If you, because this is 7 NATCOs, we are only one. If you do not own the product and you are telling this is somebody else's product, then the way that team is thinking, and they are always going to have somebody to blame. It was on their side. But if you don't really own this, and it's imperative that you do, then you are going to slow down. And this is something that we also fight in the beginning. It was like we have problems on that side. On that side, when we said, okay, let's now don't talk about where the problems are, but what the solution, and really talking to everybody that this is our product, not everybody else, it's when we speed up. Managing end-to-end complexity, this is something that the team needs all this time to understand the change, what is now going to be the difference, and how this is going to influence everybody in the company. It's something that really needs to have a lot of focus, because we changed things for around 4,000 people, how they work, and this definitely is something that at the beginning we were not too good at, and this is something that I think that when doing something before, again like this, the end-to-end complexity would be something that we will focus much more at the beginning. The same thing is distributed domain challenges. Now the technology part has to work together with completely different teams, and the way that the product is integrated is much different. And again, setting up the same procedures, the monitoring, the knock part was something that was very challenging. And then the most interesting part. So the launch, the project itself was for around 1.5 years in planning and development. At one point, so what we saw is that we can develop it for next 3 years. There is always going to be something that is not going to be done, because you are never satisfied with how good quality, because you are comparing it with something that you developed for 20 years. And at one point we just said, this is the deadline. Whatever happens, we are going to launch on this date. And very interesting things happened at that point. So in these last 3 months, we fixed more than in last 1 year. We said that we want to avoid Big Bang, and that we want to have enough time for testing. So we tested, but the real testing started like 1 week before with the friendly users trials started 1 week before the launch. We even bundled it with additional product launch, which was TV. But not only that, we did a new portfolio. So we changed completely the prices. So in this 1 week, actually it's not even 1 week, it was from Friday to Monday, for the company, everything changed. So broadband and TV and new prices started on Monday, and the whole systems. So it was really a big bang. What was interesting, so I think that this team for broadband did not sleep almost anything 2 months before the launch. But 1 week before the launch, it was like the calm before the storm. Everything was positive. We all knew that everything is going to be okay. Even the front was telling us now it looks good. So it was very interesting. But this is something that we would definitely want to avoid. But again, it was a good decision to go even with a big bang, because prolonging it for too much, it's not a good thing. Always have options in the go-to-market. Since we needed to launch a big bang and didn't want to really have the full launch inside of 1 day and then to have the full scale on the new customers, we changed the go-to-market plan, where we from giving these options, new options to each customers, we actually give to the sales in the go-to-market plan that they put this as a add-in option. So option that they ask customer, does he want it? And with this, we a little bit scale down the onboarding of the new customers on the new features. And when we were sure that it was all okay, then we scale up. And the last thing is this positive company mindset. So whatever you do, whatever the team do at the end, if there is a negative approach to the product, if there's a negative view on this, it's not going to work, because everybody's going to, we have around 1,000 technicians on the field. We have 700 agents in the contact centers. If they do not believe in the product, if they are not positive around it, all of the development and all of the testing that we did is not going to work. So it's really important that they believe in it, that you bring them in at the right time, not to leave them in the dark, really to be able to influence what they are doing and even to drive the features that they need. And at the end, if they are not positive, whatever you do, it's not good. Okay, and this is in a nutshell the story. For us, we are very proud of what we did. And we are looking at this just as a first cornerstone of what we are going to do in the future. And if we are thinking, so we have two now most important things that we did. The first one was having a team that can now do things differently and bringing more digital things, bringing more better things in a way of working that we see is going to be the future way of working. But also having now a platform that we can bring additional features. What we are going to focus on in these two things in the future is definitely enhanced engagement from the customers. We want to have the app and the digital. We want to have it in the first place, and we want to make the customer feel very powerful, that he can do whatever he wants with his connected home. The second part is personalized experience. Now we have much more data around the customers. We know what we are using the service for, how he uses it, what is the quality of the service. We want to tailor-made the service, because right now we mostly have like 1 or 2 or 3 different customers where we think what he needs. With the more data that we are now receiving from the CP, we are going to be able to have more customers. And the third part is Wi-Fi. It's going to really be the cornerstone of our service. So not so much anymore fiber FWA. It should be technology agnostic, but it has to be in such a way that you have a Wi-Fi inside of the house that you can connect anything that you need with the speed that you need, with the reliability that you need, and that you can really trust that this is going to work each time that you need it, but also to be able to really have the features that you can control it and that you feel powerful. Okay. On time.
I love the way you finished there. Okay. All done. Gotovo. Toto. Mic drop, exactly. Right. Before you go, any questions perhaps? You've heard insightful information there. You're curious perhaps, I'm sure. Anybody with a question or maybe, as I always say, like to challenge like to challenge what you've just heard. Here we are.
So thank you very much for your very interesting insights. You have mentioned the positive mindset in the end, and it's very important, and we all know that it's very important, but how do you bring negative people to get a positive mindset? How really are you tackling those persons? Because
you fire them, is that what you said? Get rid of them. Goodbye.
So I don't think there is one like magic story or a rule book what you can do, how to do that. But from this experience, what we saw was helping is first the one that are leading. So it was done mostly by this lady product owner, which led it. She had an extremely positive approach on this. So she was the one that driving it, and after the rest of the team saw how she approached it, how she believes, and how she wants to deliver, everybody followed it. There was a part of team members that were not believing from the beginning, and it was really not easy. But when they started, it's like that. They start to believe through experience, and when they saw this is going to go in a good way, that it's going to be okay. And again, it's still not perfect. We have still things to do here, but it's a turnaround, and it's not easy. If you have the whole team that doesn't believe, you cannot change them. But if you have crucial percentage of the mass that drives the change, then it can help. And I think also feedback definitely helps here. That they have to understand that what they are doing is not the way that we are going, and that we need telling them what we expect, how this a little bit of empathy, how this influences us, the customer, and where we think we need to go can change the attitude. And this is for the team. For the front, it's a little bit different.
One last question. Anybody else with a question, perhaps?
Thank you for the interesting presentation. What caught my eye was that you've mentioned that you did test the service right before the launch, right? 3 days or something like that.
5 days with
5 days, okay.
With the paying customers. We had much more testing before.
Yeah, okay. That was my question, because you mentioned in the first part that you started agile, right? But if we are testing it at the end, that's not agile.
Yes.
Did you not have the chance to test it previously, or?
No, it was the whole experience testing. We didn't have the chance. So the first part was CP testing, which is actually just laboratory testing how the CP is going to work. And this was done like 6 months before the launch. Then the second part was backend testing and the provisioning part and the supporting part. This was done also before, but the part of the actually going to commercial, like new prices, new onboarding procedures, everything, all of the processes were ready 1 week before the launch, and the set of changes were so huge that we wanted to always have like a couple of months just with real world examples. The testing was constant, so we tested for more than 1 year, but with the real customers was only 1 week.
Right, and with that, please put your hands together. A warm thanks to Mr. Tihomir Kalova. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, let's move on. We move on steadily to our next session. So AI, we've spoken a lot about that. We've heard a lot about that. I'm sure we all have our own opinions about that as well, but naturally revolutionizing different areas. One of those right now we're going to hear about is the gamifying business and naturally also everyday life. We're going to hear how AI's recent developments in AI, such as Chat GPT, Copilot, and LMMs as well, how they're kind of moving forward and also affecting the 20 years of experience this gentleman and the company that he has as well. Right, I'm intrigued to hear all about this. Please, hands together for a gentleman who's come over from Hungary, Attila Bida.
Thank you so much. Okay, before we starting, I would like to answer to your question about negative persons, because we have such an experience. So if you put the negative person in a positive environment or a productive environment, they will become first the best criticisms, after that the best testers, and after that they will help you in order to organize better teams, better approaches, and better conversation with the customers. Or we faced with such an issues. Absolutely. But it's not working with everyone. Absolutely. So I will present here our journey in Japan, because what differentiates us from other companies that we are in Japan for more than 16 years, and we entered into first machine to machine, and after that to IoT industry. It was not so easy, and we gained a lot of knowledge from the Japanese market. We could introduce or adapt into European or Hungarian market or software development or methodologies. So that's why it's a bit interesting, the story. Okay, so we are a Hungarian company, and we started our journey coming from a telco company. So actually, our owners are coming from the Hungarian Telecom, which is now a subsidiary of the Deutsche Telekom. So since 2001, we started to develop a billing system that is called the Jazz. It's not like the music, but it's better, I believe. And currently we are working on that development. After a while, we decided to move forward and to have different pillars. And we got an interesting request from a Japanese customer. And there were around 3 years we decided that that customer would like to have something about us, and they really want to develop with a Hungarian software developer company. And after that, we started the cooperation model with them. And upon that, I prepared the whole presentation to show what we learned, how we learned, and what were the critical points in this kind of cooperation, because they have totally different habits. They have totally different requirements about the quality. And that's why we saw that we are a good software developer company, because we are working for the telecom. So that's why what we provide, it's really good. But actually it wasn't. And that's why after that we have to adopt, to understand their thinking, you know. And we got an interesting topic from their tester. Their tester was like a samurai who is protecting his boss. And I will finish, and after that I will continue. And he just mentioned that you can deliver something if you don't understand how we are thinking. And just imagine that I'm staying in a car, and I don't see the car. I don't see anything from outside. I just want to drive the car. And you bring here a really fancy stuff, and you just deliver that topic. But from inside, there are totally different approaches. So that's why if you are testing this product, you have to test from in to outside and from outside to inside. So that's why if you can bring all together, that maybe your product will be okay. But this kind of maybe in Japan means a totally worst word. So actually, that means that sorry. Okay. So you have to provide better quality. Well, what I mentioned, we are a software developer company. We are doing quality assurance, artificial intelligence for while, but we also give different engineering teams for different companies as well. Very, very shortly about the vision, mission, and values. Here are some milestones, and what is important, the intervals, actually. So first, we decided to form a company. After that, when we went to Japan, after a while, we decided to have an office there, because without an office, you can't be successful in the Japanese market. After that, we decided that, okay, we have Japanese customers and we have an office in Tokyo, so that's really great, but let's now change our mindset and let's deliver excellence everywhere, so not only to Japanese market. After that, we were focusing on the revenue, and after that, we realized that the revenue is not everything, so let's change the whole world to create a better future with or without AI. Okay. This is just a roadmap of one of our products, because actually we don't have products. So we are serving customers, we are a custom software developer team. So actually this is just a product which is very, very close to our journey. And it is important because we had to introduce to Japan, because you have to present something which is your best product. Just after that, you'll be able to develop there something. So in 2015, we introduced in the Japanese market our fleet tracking solution, and that was really nice. A few years after that, we decided to focus on datafication. This word is coming from Japan. They already mentioned that they would like to do something with datafication here, datafication there. We really didn't understand what they mentioned. But all the time, we applied the strategy to think about the really long future, because just after that, if you see on the horizon what you want to achieve in 10 years, then maybe you can slice to very, very small steps. I mentioned that we started with machine-to-machine and IoT solution. This was the product what we developed there. It took around 8 years. So it had a really long process. It was not just one development, it was a family of the development. And what was interesting, when we entered to the Japanese market, we saw that we are a custom software development team, so we have to provide a design, development, testing, and that's all, but not. So we had to make research, we had to make integration, we had to make consulting, we had to collect everything. We have to connect different manufacturing teams to discuss about the future products, strategy, and so on and so on. About the fields, because I mentioned that this is around more than 8 years development. First, we started with the remote sensing, after that with digitalization, after that there were some monitoring systems, and after a while we prepared some weather-driven systems, and now they have autonomous systems as well in that market. Sorry, there is a map where you can see our installation in Japan. Yeah, and I'm bringing here the onion. That was our first lesson learned there, because they mentioned that software development in Japan is different than in Europe, because Europe, we are focusing to the target, direct to the target, nothing else. After that, we are doing everything. But no, in Japan, slice by slice, you have to go in order to arrive to the center. So that's the point. If you don't understand this, you won't be successful in Japan, because they expect this kind of approach. This was maybe the first lesson there, what we learned. After that, the second one, that was the agile methodology. At that time, that was 13 years ago, we didn't know about the agile or such a methodologies, really. So it was not so fancy like nowadays. And what we learned there, that We have to be all the time transparent with the customers. That was the first lesson. Second one, you have to tell the truth, whatever it is. So sometimes it is really sad because you just fucked up or something happens wrong, but if you tell the truth, then there will be no problem with the customer in the future. And you have to involve the customer into the development. I know that sometimes it's not agile and we are mixing different methodologies, but if you involve them, they will feel the importance of different steps. And in this way, you will be able to make long-term vision with the customers. And we are talking about the 16 years with the same customers, you know, so 16 years to get all the time requests for same customers is not so easy. The third stuff there is about the automation. After 5 years, we realized that we had to do something with the deliveries because the quality is not as expected. And then we built a test automation framework in order to substitute the human testers. So that was the first step. We realized that test automation is not enough. So actually, we have to apply there some method or some algorithm in order to not stop the algorithm when something is wrong. And we applied a self-healing algorithm because in this way, all of the tests, they were running, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours. They could finish. Japan is about the functionality, so that's why I just bring here some simple example, because what is important, this is a sake brewery, and when we deliver the solution to sake brewery, they use 3 years in parallel with their manual development. And after 3 years, they decided to use it. After another 2 years, they decided to use the automation tasks. So that means that there is a long term. And if you miss some milestones, then you are out of the game. I mentioned that the agile way of thinking there and the whole methodology is coming from Japan. We are still taking weekly meetings. I know it's not daily, but there are weekly meetings with the customers. We deliver everything in 2 weeks, so that's why the 2 weekly sprints are working quite well. And here are some examples. You see that guy here from the agriculture 15 years ago, that was a really interesting stuff, you know, in Europe, still nowadays, it is still unusual, a guy staying there and checking the production in this way. After that, with that customer, we started a development that is called the Samba Scout Campus. It is about the sport or different sport. How can we provide a new approach in a sport industry? And how can it be improved or the different strategies in the sports? So if I know what will be your next move, then I can overcompensate or I can apply another strategy and so on and so on. From the video, we extracted the strategic information, and the strategic information applied different strategies against. And from that development, it came out another development that is about the emergency action plan, because in Japan, everything is about the disasters. So they have disaster strategy, but they don't have emergencies. So that's why that was quite confusing. And we could apply such a solution. What is interesting here, that if they believe in your product, that product will be promoted by them. And they will promote you and your team. And your team will be part of the whole ecosystem. So that's why first you have to build trust, then it will be build friendship, and then they will do the marketing instead of you. So that's really, really amazing. In Europe, what we got, visual experience, UI, UX, and the hype technologies to be used in different sectors. So that was quite interesting. And just in this way, we could apply different solutions. If you connect all of the technologies, what we had to apply on different markets, You can see our technology stack. Of course, not all of the customers knows, the developers knows about this because we are focusing on different markets. What we did with the artificial intelligence, we had a strong team on NLP, another team on machine learning, and another team coming from the vision. But we saw that it can be applied very, very easily if you know all of the information. After that, we realized that the AI competencies are not so easy. So we have to bring different competencies together and to form dedicated teams here. Here I collected two different use cases which are working based on our experience. So all the time when we are going to the customers, we have to show what is before the AI, with the AI, what will be the solution, and what impact should we create with the help of AI. And there are a big quantity of the outcomes or the possibilities when not AI is the solution. So actually, but if you bring in this way, you will prepare a long-term partnership. This is another one about the predictive maintenance. Connected to the indices where we are working currently, I bring here percentage, which is interesting. So if we are talking about the AI project, 80% is about the data preparation. Just around 10% is about the optimization, and another is about the AI. So actually, you have to work on a data set first. This is another about the OCR system we worked on. So actually, it was a request on the market to translate for different sectors, different approaches. We called Anita because one of the assistants was Anita, and why not calling a woman, because that's much more fancy. But actually, this is a very complex system, how to provide the support for different CRM and tracking system, and how to make transitions between different languages. Shortly about the AI and LLM in production. After the hype, what got the ChatGPT? From the customer side, we got a long list of the risks and obstacles we will face it. After that, they came really interesting but useful reinforcement learning model, what we applied, and by using different models like ChatGPT 3.5, after that the 4, Palm 2, and now with the Alpaca or the Llama model, we could provide different dedicated chat system for different customers. So this Onogoro, it's working currently in Japan. It's connected to the sport and knows everything about the specific framework. What we learned from the digitalization and AI project, that very important, the smaller steps. So actually, if you don't follow this, your project will fail for sure. So that's why you have to have the confidence with the customer and to slice into very specific parts. And just in this way, you can prepare a long-term project which will be okay in 2 or 3 years. So not now. So that's why you have to formulate the objectives. You have to involve the customers. I highlighted with the red the specific information which are expected from the customers. So you have to involve them. It's not so easy, but if you can do it, then your product will be successful. Sorry, this is about the gamification. We are not doing just software development, as I mentioned, so we are doing research as well. But this research is not done by us, it's done by different universities we are working with. This is a joint project of iGame, where we are doing evidence-based gamification techniques. How can it be applied to the M-Health? And this simple game, actually, it's old-fashioned, but nowadays it's really popular. So all of the different situations are generated by the AI, so that is the part where AI can work. But actually, what is important here, that the gamification elements can be applied on different other sectors. about the different dashboards. The usability here came back, and we could apply finally a product where we just focused about how different functionalities can be applied. About the future of AI here, of the recommendation system, actually not this algorithm, it's complicated, but the missing data. So actually, I just wanted to highlight here that it seems to be a really complicated something or algorithm, but not. So if you have the proper data prepared, that algorithm can be done really easily. So the issue is it's to prepare in a proper way the data set. And what is missing currently on the market, that is education. So you have to educate the companies, you have to educate the customers, you have to educate the software developers, software developer companies, how to use, when to use, and how to apply AI or different algorithms. Otherwise, it can be a sustainable model in long term. And finally, what I wanted to highlight here, that the customer is God. So that is coming from Japan. So you have to work in this way if you want to be successful, not in other markets, but not in Far East, but in European markets as well. What does it mean? You have to have a consultative approach. You have to be able to provide a quality-driven development. You have to focus on experience and knowledge and on partnership. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Right. Again, any questions, for example, for Attila right now? Pop up your hand. I'll give you the microphone. Any questions at all? No? All happy? All happy. Absolutely. You got a question? Is that a question? Is that oh, you have.
Did you learn Japanese language?
Chotto. No, actually, what is important in the Japanese market, that if you're not native, it is not allowed to speak. Because if you speak and you don't take care about the context, sometimes it can cause really big troubles. But if you know the language, you can understand what they are saying in the front of you or behind you, and that is really, really important. So you have to learn the language, you have to know the language, but to be careful about when to speak and how to speak.
Any other questions, perhaps? No, all happy. Ladies and gentlemen, again, hands together for Mr. Attila Bira. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Always good. Again, always good to have, again, our international guests, quite a few international guests this year, and growing as well. So again, that's something for, again, as Productworld Opatija moves forward for next year and the years to come. You know someone that has from here in Croatia or from beyond